just become best friends? Yup!
And everybody breathe in and breathe out. Good morning. Good morning, friends. How's it going? Thank you, Canadian Goose, for the sub. I am doing all right today. I am. I was up early this morning, got kiddo to school, and I was like, the worst part about starting your absolute favorite game of all time on stream is that you can't play it unless you're on stream. So I was like, you know what? Let's do a little bit of gaming this morning. Let's hang out, let's chat, let's catch up. And then around 11-ish, so that's about 2 hours from now, we'll switch over to Canadian politics stuff. So yeah, hi Constance! Yay, it's so good to see you. So good to see you. Hey, leftist Lectophile? You're gonna have to let me know how to say that. And good morning, Gavin, and Siege, and Kiri, and Josh, and Lucky. Good morning. That's all good. I'm Siege. My plan is to just finish out the first area, and I won't do the next main plot point until an evening stream. There's a bunch of those like question mark areas that I want to finish up that'll take probably a couple hours, and then I won't do before we go to the next thing.
Best friends. Yep.
Good morning, Neuropunk. Thank you for the sub. We'll just let that play through for a moment. Thank you for the hype train. So I am now on mountain time. So, and I'm gonna do some Googling of this because I will get this wrong. Neuropunk does have the new teacup. You are correct. You have the new yellow teacup. You're the first one. Hold on, let me do this correctly. 11 a.m. Mountain UCST is noon. So 11 my time will be 12 CST because of daylight savings. Just another bibliophile. Alrighty. Either way, glad you're here. For ease, yeah. Hope you're doing well this morning. Ugh, yeah. It's not fun. Both as a human being and as a mom. The time change sucks. Good morning, Pian Fardoon. How are you? Just drinking my London fog. Yeah, but Neuropunk, I have to deal with Danielle Smith, so I feel like, yeah, you get so ill. No worries, Canadian Goose. I think what I'll probably do too is I'll probably post another notification in the Discord at like 10:45 just to remind people. So you can keep an eye out for that as well. Yeah, EB isn't great either. Yeah. Hey, it's a 3-stream streak for Siege. Thanks, friend. Appreciate you being around to hang out. There you go, Pian Fardoon. Nothing serious, nothing intense going on for a couple hours. I am just gonna play some The Witcher, and we'll hang out until we'll switch over chat pre-budget release. Keep trying to get the Quebec government to go do away with the time change. Yeah, I wish that they would stick. Oh, my avatar doesn't want to talk this morning. I wish that they would stick with the summer one, but yeah. Is what it is. Now we get to drive kiddo to school in the light, and then it gets dark at like 4:30, which is awful. But we do what we can. Yeah, I need more sunshine in my day. I don't like the dark. I don't think anybody does. But I find as soon as that time change starts, then the sad sets in, the seasonal depression sets in already, so I'm like... It's the reason I put my tree up so early for Christmas. Is... Ugh, yeah, just another bibliophile. We're gonna talk about that this morning. At 11. It's a mess. The Alberta government pushed through a lot of stuff this week. Or in the last week. But yeah, I put my Christmas tree up early because then my house is full of sparkly lights and that makes me feel a little bit less sad. Yes, Gavin, that is very accurate. Why are kids starting school so early that it's dark outside? Yeah. Because that's the way it's always done. Yeah, I was homeschooled K through 12, and as much as there are negatives to that, one of the really big positives is that I could start at 9 and I was done all of my schoolwork for the whole day at noon, every day. And I remember, because I did online high school. Yeah, me too, just another bibliophile. When I started high school and I was like, oh, school goes until the end of June. And like, I have to attend these like Zoom classes at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Like, yuck. But sun lamps are great. I'm definitely going to be getting one for my little desk corner. For sure. Okay. When COVID hit, you didn't have to attend virtual classes, yeah? Able to stay up till 2 a.m. and wake up at 10. Yeah, I know. I am similar in that I work really well in the evenings. Like after kiddo goes to bed is when I do my research. It's when I plan out my videos. It's when I did schoolwork. It was always the way that my brain worked the best. And yeah, I needed to sleep in the mornings. I still do. I know, I'm sorry, Constance. I have my tea here. I'll wake up, I promise. Alright. I am going to quickly do one more scroll through our beautiful Discord. Because the other thing that happened this morning is that Dick Cheney passed away. So there are some intense conversations happening. Just checking to make sure everyone's good. And then we'll switch over. Oh yeah. Oh, I love chai. Time in 2020 when the lockdowns were a thing, I had to do online school. It sucked because I had to figure out how to use Zoom and Google Meet with a screen reader. Yeah, that would take a while, Josh. It would take a long time. Whole family is built to function best at night. Yeah, me and my sister are like that, and she does shift work now because she's an EMT, and she thrives off of night shifts. I'm sure that'll change when she hits her 30s like the rest of us, but yeah, she has never struggled with night shifts and staying up that late ever, so. There's a spice you don't like in chai. I'm trying to think. Do you like black licorice, Constance? As a lot of chais have anise in them. And that is a black licorice type taste. I thought about making it from scratch. That could help. You don't like black licorice, so maybe that's it. Anise, yeah. That's a very common spice in a lot of Indian food. Simon doesn't care about the time change, yeah. He wants to be witnessed every morning whenever he wants to do. Darn you for trying to sleep. Yeah. There you go. It's not in all chais, but it is in a lot of them. Pretty common spice. It's not my favorite either. And I've definitely had some chais where it's really strong and I don't like it. But anise is yummy. Anise, I will say this. We used to have an Indian restaurant really close to our house when I lived in Calgary. And they would have this bowl of like candy coated anise seeds. Those were really good. But it's not my favorite. Online school was just great, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do university online. Beginners work if you don't know. You do everything with a keyboard, so different apps have their own keyboard shortcuts. Oh my goodness. No. You're not blabbering. When I said this in the Discord a couple days ago. When I am in playing video game mode, we are chatting. We are blabbering. We are catching up. We are hanging out. I could care less what the topic is. If you're passionate about it, let's chat about it. This time is hanging out, chatting with friends. It's community building time. That's the whole point of it. Good morning, Tyrion. How are you? Jumbie does not like time change. Yeah. This has been the easiest year for time change with kiddo because she's a little older. But oof, there have been some brutal years. You don't want to work? That's fair. I don't want to watch Question Period today. Oh my goodness. I found a clip from yesterday. QP yesterday, and it was just like a 90-second thing. And you couldn't understand what Pierre Poilievre was saying, and you also couldn't understand what the liberal on the opposite side was saying. Like, you just couldn't hear anyone. It's just chaos. Constantly. He is mad at me for blood work. Aww. Not mad enough to stop sitting in your lap. That's awesome. Your dog hates it. Yeah, night med scheduling would be tough. That's for sure. Thought you said this would be an easy test, Gavin. Speaker isn't great, yeah. Not really. And I noticed it even more when we watched the Alberta one, because Rick McIver just has such a handle on it the whole time. And I said this while we were watching that legislation, but I grew up with Rick McIver. I know him fairly well. A little weird to see him sitting up there, but he's a conservative, whatever else, but he does have a very good handle on, hey, you asked the question, now you gotta sit down and shut up and listen to the answer. In Ontario, the law to scrap the time changes in the books. Wait till New York. Yeah. Yeah, Envra, there are some really, really great potentials with the NDP elections. And if they call an election before the NDP party has a chance to elect their new leader, oh, it's going to be so unfortunate. It doesn't surprise when you watch Manitoba. Yeah, someone tried to put in a point of order and tell him how to do his job. Yikes! Yeah, that's no good. And like, they're not, I don't know, to me, I'm like, if it's people that are supposed to be running my country, like, why can't they have a conversation like adults? You know, like, I've been in grade 1 classrooms that are quieter. I've been in kindergarten classrooms that are quieter than question period. Brutal. Alright, shall we switch over and hang out with Geralt for a couple hours? Or an hour and a half? Yeah, and don't repeat the same question. That's the other thing. See, it's the same game as last time, friend. There we go. There he is. Watching question period in person when I was in high school did permanent damage to my view. Yeah, same. Did you? So I was looking online yesterday for some like easy, comprehensive videos on how you pass a budget, and let me know if that's too loud, y'all. You know, just to kind of have a really simple laid out video. They have a program right now, and it must be specifically for Ottawa schools, where they send out like virtual reality goggles, and you can take your kids, your students, on a tour of the Parliament buildings in virtual reality. I was like, oh man, what a weird, weird world we live in. A weird world. So yeah, couldn't find anything to talk about, you know, important things like how to pass bills and how to talk about the budget and stuff, but yeah. But if you want to have a chat about getting your students virtual reality goggles to show them the Parliament buildings, I got a show for you. Alright, I'm gonna click this again. You guys can let me know. Oh no. There we go. There we go. How is that for volume, you guys? You haven't even been to the Manitoba legislature. It's probably because your school is too far away. Yeah. No worries, Neuropunk. We'll see you in a couple hours. Thank you for the sub, friend. Enjoy your adorable little yellow teacup. Is that volume okay? I can turn it up, turn it down. Oh, if anybody behaved like that at any other job, they'd be fired. Like, hey, you're the leaders of the country. Can you just sit here and yell? Tried a VR game once when you had more vision. Yeah, So I had a concussion. Oh gosh. Like, I want to say 2 summers ago. And my eyes have not been the same since. I can't do virtual reality. It's too much information for my eyes to process. Alright, I'm setting myself an alarm for 10:45 so that I can switch over on time. Beat Saber is so fun. Yeah, I've never tried it.
This bard's tale begins near White Orchard, with my dear friend Geralt of Rivia seeking his lover of yore, the sorceress Yennefer. She'd eluded him for years, but now seemed just a few steps ahead.
Alrighty. We finished the big quest here. So yeah, my thing this morning is I'm just gonna wander around, like, finish up the rest of the, like, side quests and stuff here, and then, you know, chat. No Man's Sky in virtual reality? Yeah, that'd be cool. Because my eyes can't do it. Some people, when they get a concussion, it affects their inner ear. I don't really care that I'm taking stuff, hey? And my inner ear was good, thankfully. But, like, if you put your hand right in front of your face and then take it away and your eyes have to adjust to looking further away, my eyes would take a full 2 or 3 seconds to do that, which was extremely headache-inducing. And they're still not great at it. So for at least 6 months, I couldn't do any computer, I couldn't do any phone stuff. It was all reading. I read like 85 books in a year because I just couldn't do anything else. Everything else hurt my eyes. Into the Radius was a good stalker VR. Hello, Goose. Alright.
Greetings.
Let me have a look at your stock.
Don't need that one. Both down. I asked this the other night when I started playing this, but how many of you have never seen this game played before? This is my all-time favorite video game ever. And I haven't played it for a couple of years, so I'm getting enough of like, this is a new experience, which is awesome. This first area I know really well because I played it a couple times, but yeah, I'm a huge The Witcher nerd. I've read a bunch of the books. I will not watch the TV show anymore. Right, Mr. Wolf. Henry Cavill left the show because they were not going to follow the actual proper story, and then they hired someone else to do it, and I can't. Hello, horses. Wild horses. Bye. Treasure. Ooh, he bit me. That's not good. Don't. After. Okay. Oh. This one. All right. What treasure have we? Coming. Scrawled notes. Dirty funds. Let's see. Read the letter you found. Read the letter, read the letter, read the letter. This we did already. Your roommate watched the animated Witcher movie? Yeah, this is the OG voice for sure. Can I read it now? No. Things are going better and better for us. We've pitched camp in the heart of the forest near the old mill and have already done quite nice for ourselves. Folks are poor, so they say, but squeeze them and something always pops out. Sack of grain here, a few crowns there. Not bad for easy work, certainly better than the army. At least we've got something to fill our bellies, and the risk that we'll pay for all this with our lives, well, still less than we were charging the Nymphs at Natalis' orders. Find the bandits' treasure. Alright, let's get the rest of this out. Excellent. Go around. Right, let's go find the bandits' treasure. Ba-ba. Lots of wolves. Come on. Hello?
Show me what you got.
Hello. Don't love those sounds. Alright. Ooh, dealing with your people. So let's do this oil. Help us. Lots of things. Make potions with later. Good. How far am I into the game? So this is just the beginning area. I'm still in White Orchard. This is where you start. And this is probably the 5th time I've played it through. And I just know that if I do all of these little question marks before I go into the main world, you're set up a little bit better. So, and that's what I'm doing today, is I'm just finishing off little question marks. All the little things that I didn't get to. But not super far. But I would recommend it. It's my favorite game. Love it. The music is good, the story is good, the voice acting is good. And it's playable without feeling impossible, although I know a lot of people are not big fans of the combat. It's a lot of prep, so you can't just go into fights willy-nilly. Like you saw for this one, I put the oil on my... That was really dumb. I put the oil on my sword, and that's because these are humans. So I have an oil that's better for humans and wolves. And if you do more prep beforehand, that's how you do well in this game. Come on. And later on you get more magic as well. Good day, Aries Atlantic. Yeah, it's so good. And it's replayable too, because there's choices that you make during the game, and if you make different choices, it's not a whole new game, but it does change enough to make it worth it. Still a teapot. Houses. Alright, let's see. No. I don't think any of these are going to be better than what we have. What are we at here? 52, that one needs to be repaired. That's better. Okay, oh, and I have a slot in the boots as well. Good. 78, 75, 70, 90. Okay. That. Yeah, so stuff like this, like making sure you have the right oils and the right potions before you get into a fight is very helpful. Because every time you meditate, as long as you have alcohol in your inventory, it refills all of your stuff. Switch. Alright, so that one's done. Let's go find... Oh yeah, we gotta get rid of the monster nest because I believe we have the bombs now. Not. Need to make some. Thought I did. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Let's go get rid of the monster nest. You leap over that small little sack. Prep is critical on most things. It's true. It is true. Let's not fall off the cliff, shall we? Oh, come on, Geralt. Up we get. Come on! Ugh, I have to go around. Oot. Alright, well, down the waterfall we go. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Okay. Go get up on the... Why are we pulling out the sword, friend? Nothing there. I have to go around this mountain. I don't think I can get up there. And yes, I am running in the opposite direction of where I want to go. But this is not Assassin's Creed where Geralt can just climb over everything. Fortunately. That was silly.
Pretty damn hot.
What? Fairly sure. Don't need to say that, though.
Come on.
Nope, just up the small embankment, sir. You. I think my shift key is broken. And so every once in a while when he stops, he throws a punch. Not entirely sure why. I need to turn around. Right around.
Medallion's humming. Place of power. It's gotta be.
Ensign. Intensity.
Cool nest. Ought to just destroy it.
Oh. Destroy. Little bomb down. Back up. Kaboom. All gone. Alright. Pretty. Alright, we did that. Let's go. Go here. A little less running. Just sword away, sir. Literally nothing here. There we go. Figured it out. Good morning, Anu. When's the last time you cleaned your keyboard? Like a week or so ago or so. Not long ago. This is not a super fancy keyboard by any stretch of the imagination, so. I think these are necrophages. I can't remember. Broken keys must suck. Yeah, it's not that it's broken. I think it just sticks funny. But yeah, there's nothing underneath it. I cleaned my keyboards fairly recently. Yeah. I have a new keyboard on my Christmas wish list. So, hello. I don't want all of you over here at one time. Can you get like one or two of you? No? Okay, then I will do this first.
Nest. Ought to just destroy it.
Boom. Okay, now come over here. Come on.
Stench.
Oh, sorry. Awesome. Microsoft's ergonomic keyword. Yes. Right, that one's gone. gonna go back to the Cackler Bridge and try to get up here. Yeah, part of the reason I'm asking for Christmas is that I want to spend a little bit more on it. On things. Go around.
Magic. A place of power.
Up there. Okay. I did. Yeah, I did. I put the one that Vapor has, I believe, onto my list. Hefty and durable uses mechanical switches. Yeah, I had a discussion on Anu's stream the other night about recommendations for
Perfect
keyboards.
weather for a voyage.
Fine. Can't go around that way, apparently. Something came up on your local Kijiji while looking for headphones.
Decided. She could draw it on egg, cut make soup out of something, but Tosley said he'd not give his dog this winter.
Like a mic or like headphones? Oh, okay. Definitely send that to me and I will take a look when I take my break in like 10-15 minutes or so. I believe my sister will be traveling from where you are to where I am fairly in the next for a while. So. Ow. Ow. Stop it. Please. Yeah, see, and I've got the wrong oil on my sword, so this isn't doing shit yet. Oh, it's gone already. Shoot. Stop punching and just pick up the flower. One of these days, he's gonna, like, I'm gonna stop running and he's just gonna punch a guard full out in the face. Get yours. Reminds me. Did, wifey get to her destination okay? Oh, there's lots of stuff here. spy's notes. Murder's gold. "15th day of observation. Back in the camp. Brought in heaps of plunder, mostly armor and weapons. Towards dusk, a man delivered rations of food. Messenger arrived, caused quite a stir. After dusk, told her to track down where they carried the chest. Didn't move the case, just the abandoned hut near the old mill. Set up a watch." Alright. Let's go get it, shall we? Currently in transit to her first stop. Oh, good. And is that family or friend that is her first stop? I can't remember. What are you? It's all wolves. Hey, it's a Miller!
Feel this.
How are you, friend? Fucking stupid. How was the rest of your evening last night? Rest of your evening last night? The rest of your evening. If I remember correctly, you had a bit of a wild day yesterday. It's a friend's place. Oh. Ooh, we got to go downstairs. Secret. There's no one in here. Nice. Ooh, that's a good one. That is useful for later. Crossbow bolt. I really would like to be able to build a crossbow. Oh, the Temerian valuables are here too. Cool. After City Council ended the night by playing on your friend's Minecraft, where you defeated the Ender Dragon. My goodness. Never know, maybe you don't want headphones. Maybe what you actually want is a Dodge Caravan. Maybe it knows better. I love Honda, period. Honda has always been good to me. Okay. I am going to take, Siege will be so proud of me. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, refill my tea, and then we've got about 45 minutes to finish up the rest of these little question marks, and then we'll start chatting politics. See you soon, friends. Stand up and stretch. Well, not entirely sure if y'all are in an ad or not in an ad or what's going on. Twitch is not the greatest platform for being consistent. Harold, come on, you can do it. There we go. 20 seconds? Okay. Didn't get an ad. See, and that's what I mean. It's like, we're playing the 3-minute ad. Nope, we're preparing a 1-minute ad. And I'm like, which one is it? Did your ads at the start? Yeah, that's normal. That's why I don't start until it's been about 5 minutes, because there's an ad that runs at the beginning. But I don't know, Siege. I genuinely don't know. What are you? Another nest. Ooh, and a thing of power.
Magic. A place of power.
I don't have the right bomb. Ah, I gotta meditate. Or do I have to remake the bombs every time? I can't remember.
Medallion's humming. Place of power. It's gotta be. Ghoul nest. Ought to just destroy it.
Run, 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 Geralt. Haven't gotten ads this whole stream at the beginning. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell sometimes. There we go. Now it's working. Awesome. Awesome. Hi, Siege. Yeah, Twitch be twitching. That is for sure. Hey, there's only 2 left. So, let's go into the middle of the water, I guess. I'm gonna do a hard save. What I influence your mind? Oh, I can. Rockstar. Only had $1 trillion parent thing they could get money from. I know. So much easier for them to fix things if only they had the money for it. Ooh, a better saddle. Heck yes. Awesome. Definitely going to do that. Where do they hide? $25. Yeah, Anu, we talked about that. That's last night when Morgan and I were talking, we're like, nothing, we're just talking about politics. That's what we were talking about. That's on my list of things for this morning. It's, yeah, the UCP have got something else up their butts. They will never understand. Actually, that's not true. I do understand. It's because they know how to be... Oh, no. Run, run. Come on. That didn't get any of you. Perfect. They also told teachers that they have to do some new testing on all of their kids so that the government can determine where and what classrooms need help and all that BS. Because teachers have nothing else to do right now catching kids up from missing the last 3 weeks. Ridiculous. Ridiculous actually would be too light of a word, I think. Back to work, and here's also more work. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then they do, yeah, then on the side, they're like, oh, and we'll just sneak in a little, just sneak in a little, like, anti-democratic. I forget my fire is not that powerful. Come this way. Come here. Ow. Ugh.
Show me what you got.
Stop jumping. Do I have a controller? I do not. I mean, do I own a controller that would work with the PC? Maybe. But I don't... I've never used it. Yeah, I might have to, just with the shift key being so wonky. But we'll see. Yeah, like, why is he punching? Sometimes he does and sometimes he doesn't. I don't know. Alrighty. Is what you're used to. Yeah, I've never been great at a controller. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the sawmill. Oh yeah. We're gonna go to the sawmill and then we're gonna watch everyone's favorite farmer do an interview. Because I think that Tony McQuail is one of those, like, yes, he's the underdog NDP person, but I was the most impressed by him at that panel thing. Oh my goodness. That they did. Just missed entirely. Come on, you're out. Probably the good salesman. Pretty quick. He's gotta reach terminal velocity, I know. Blame Canada! Yeah. Yeah, he's a spinny guy. Hello. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to punch. I just do. Sorry. Sorry. This is Roach. I don't think this is Roach. Oh. Almost missed it. Okay. We will go... Actually, maybe let's talk to this guy first. Sell some of our stuff, go back to the main area, and then take a break. And go listen to some... Oh my! Oh my!
Greetings.
Greetings!
Wouldn't mind a look at your stock.
Greetings! Alright, you can have some pants. What do I need from you, though? Not really anything for sale. Let's see.
Farewell.
I'm not going to be able to do any of these until the next area. Insectoid. Rangarin or Water Essence. Yeah, I don't think he has either of those.
Greetings.
Wouldn't mind a look at your stock.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate siege. Hey. Oh. Alright, well, thanks, sir.
Farewell.
don't want to punch a soldier by accident, so let's maybe not run for a minute. Go back here. Yeah, again, like, why punching? Wait, there's no need.
Greetings.
Greetings. Sorry about your hair, fella.
I'm in.
You don't have anything either. That's okay. That I'm yeah, there's nothing I think that he has that I need. None of these are going to be better than what I have. Okay.
Take care.
Go back to bum, bum, bum. Opening up a link here for a minute. Oh, okay. I love this guy so much. Let's switch these over for a minute. This is an hour and 14 minutes long. We're obviously not going to watch the whole thing. But I thought it'd be interesting to let it play for a little bit. And I will even remember to turn on the audio before I do that. I'm just going to switch over my chats. Does right shift work? Yeah, it might. I just don't know. My hands aren't that big, so using it might be less useful. Our favorite farmer. I love him. Look at his happy face. All right, I'll turn some subtitles
Today
on.
on No Power Panel, I'm joined by Tony McQuail, one of the candidates running to lead the federal New Democratic Party. Tony and I both live in Ontario's Conservative Belt, a part of the country where it can sometimes feel like progressives are shouting into the wind. But it's also where the need for solidarity, cooperation, and real economic justice is clearest. His campaign's central idea, bringing together progressives, Greens, labor, and social movements, is exactly what we try to do here on No Power Panel, to build bridges across the left instead of fighting over the same corner of the room. In our conversation, we'll talk about what's broken in Canadian politics, how working people have been
He's thinking real
divided,
hard. I love
and
it.
what it would take to rebuild a movement grounded in cooperation, courage, and real fundamental change.
People are angry all
Thanks
over
for
the
joining
place,
us
Lucky.
today, Tony.
Well, it's my pleasure, Noam. Glad to be here.
Absolutely. So just to get us going, can you
It's a
just
nice
kind of give a
piano.
brief background of your history involved in the party and in politics for people
Sure.
who might never have heard of you?
Well, I'm an immigrant to Canada. I'm a war resistor. I was a Quaker, but I didn't feel I could cooperate with the draft because it was such a corrupt system. And initially, I planned to go to prison to protest it, but then realized when I got out, I'd have to be a tax resistor too. And at that point, I started thinking, well, is there some place I could make a more positive contribution to society and that? And so I immigrated in 1971, worked as a hired hand on dairy farms. And then in 1973, I bought the farm that we're still on. And as a young farmer, it's a pretty tough go. You're working off farm jobs to try and bring in the money to pay the mortgage and to build up the farm. It only had one small barn that we lived in for 2 years while we built a house. And so, things were pretty tight. We didn't have any running water until 1974 when we put up a water pumping windmill. And in the 1970s, some interesting things were going on. It was the time of the oil shocks from the Arab oil embargo. Oil prices quadrupled, very inflationary. And the Bank of Canada fought inflation caused by a quadrupling of oil prices by putting up interest rates because the demand was too high, and we were just spending money like profligate rich folk, which was not the case. People were being robbed at the gas pump in a sense, and then they were being robbed at the bank as interest rates went up. So I found it really very strange thinking, and the Liberals were in power and they were defending it. We had to have high interest rates because, we were in a world economy, blah, blah, blah. And the Conservatives were saying what a disaster it was for small business and farmers and homeowners. And they traded places in 1979, but they left the speeches on the desks. So starting with the 79, now the Tories were defending high interest and the Liberals were castigating them. And I thought, what the hell? When I first came to Canada, I asked people, what can you tell me about the political parties? And in my rural neighborhood, they said, well, Conservatives are sort of like the Republicans, and the Liberals are kind of like the Democrats. And the NDP are kind of like the communists. I've been a social activist. I've been a war demonstrations, and been.
Yeah, I figure this is like our slow transition into talking about the BC or the bullshit that's the UCP party. This is a good transition over.
Draft counseling when I was 16 in our Quaker meeting house, and I'd had contact with pretty dogmatic Marxists, and I didn't have a whole lot of use for them. And I certainly didn't have a whole lot of use for the Democrats and the Republicans. So I was kind of politicians. But then being a social activist and an environmental activist, I got to know my local New Democrats, and they were great people. They were concerned about the community. They were concerned about the environment, concerned about society, and they became my home. So as a young farmer, I was very concerned about the interest rate policies, and I was concerned about the environment and the need to think about moving to renewable energy. And Ed Broadbent was making a great deal of sense to me at that time. So when the 1980 election was coming around, I called some of my friends that I'd met through my community organizational work and said, Fran and I'd like to help with the campaign. And Paul Carroll, who was a wonderful guy, a teacher and an activist, said, well, how would you like to be the candidate? And I said, whoa. I was thinking we'd turn the mimeograph machine. I knew how to type a stencil and turn the mimeograph, and thought I'd be handing out some pamphlets for him. But I said, well, I'd have to know a lot more. He showed up the next day with the policy book and his Democracy in Canada. And after I read through it, I said, yeah, this makes sense to me. And I ended up being, at 28 years old, the candidate in Huron Bruce in 1980. And it got me hooked because, it gives you an opportunity to talk to people, learn what's on their mind, share ideas, hopes, and dreams for the future and how we could do things differently. And, in 1980, we had some time to make some gradual transitions in terms of a fairer economy and a renewable energy based and a conserver society as opposed to a capitalist corporate consumer society. We've lost a lot of that time because we have a first past the post electoral system, which has a real powerful impact
Caledon
on
Blue. Thank
keeping
you for the follow.
smaller
Welcome.
and emerging parties and ideas from getting the share of representation that they deserve. And then what happens, and I guess this is why I think democracy is valuable and important. At its best, democracy lets us find our collective wisdom if everybody's at the table. And it also lets a society change and move gradually if if that majority opinion is adequately and honestly represented at the table, then as the majority opinion moves, oh yeah, we really do have to look after the environment. Oh yeah, we've got to adjust the economic system so that we don't have multi-billionaires and people sleeping on the street. If that consensus moves and is well represented and fairly represented around the table, a society can adjust and change without having to wait for catastrophe and revolution. But when you have a system that keeps the elite positions of the past in power and in control, then you don't get that kind of change. And our system is even worse because when we get a phony majority, and I don't like to use
Thank
right
you for the sub, friend.
left. I like to use progressive and wrong.
You also now get the cute little yellow teacup.
But what happens is we get a phony liberal majority that goes over here. Then we get a phony conservative majority that goes over here. And you've got huge policy lurch, a lot of waste of effort, and a lot of confusion for people who are trying to map out a path, whether it's a business, a small business, or even a big business, individual home. It doesn't give us the kind of stability. And man, I mean, why I'm running is because I felt like I could either give up in despair at where we're getting to, or I could, speak up for the things I think we need to be talking about, because I didn't hear other people talking about them. And I was my wife doesn't like to let me listen to the news with her because I get right grumpy and start arguing. But when I heard, Carney talking about, we're going to try and get stability and growth. Stability, what I hear you talking about, and what I think, the concerned conservatives and the disenchanted or disillusioned liberals should be recognizing what they're hearing is, we want to stabilize a system that is letting the elites get richer and richer and richer while we grow ourselves off the planet. And that's some of my concerns there, is that we're growing ourselves off the planet to make rich people richer. And that's the thing. Growth has been used to try and say we can grow things so we don't have to change stuff, but you'll get a little bit more as a result of growth. What we need to do is stop growing and start sharing. And my father was an accountant, but he also a very avid gardener. And I got a lot of my love for nature and the ecosystem through my parents and living in the country. And weeding wasn't my strong suit when I was a kid, but I loved eating the stuff that came out of the garden.
Eating.
I love all of it. But he said, money's like manure. It does the most good when you spread it around. And
just trying to make it so that the captions are not on top of the chat, without covering up too much of this.
As an accountant, he worked for a number of pretty rich people. Mrs. DuPont of the DuPont Chemical Company was one of the clients that he did work for. And he said, one of the problems with money is you can always want more. Mm-hmm. And we're in a situation today when the billionaire class seems to still want more. They want to become the trillionaire class. This is nuts. And it's really hard for people to understand these figures. When you write a million or a billion, it's the difference between an M and a B.
Yeah, that manure line is
and
great.
When you write them out as numbers, it's 3 zeros. But no, if I told you had 1 million seconds to live, you'd have 11 days.
Yeah.
But if I told you had 1 billion seconds to live,
that's not
you'd
quite
have
right.
31 years.
Yeah, it's
we don't need that kind of discrepancy. And what it really tells me is we've got a failed tax system.
Hey, little taters. Nothing much yet. We're starting out with
because the other thing, and I haven't been able to
podcast that Tony McQuail was on
of the more progressive think tanks.
Easing yourself into politics today.
But it seems to me that a billionaire who owns a fairly large commercial corporation is probably making a lot more use of seaports and road infrastructure and airports and the legal system, and is getting the benefit of our healthcare system and our education system and their workers. I bet they're getting a lot more benefit from that than a homeless person on the streets of Ottawa that I was seeing last Wednesday when I was in there for the CLC forum. And if they're then using offshore tax havens to shelter money, and they're not being taxed on wealth, there's a real failure of the system to make sure that everybody's paying their fair share. And it has another impact. If you are able to shift the tax burden onto the ordinary people, what you do then is you start make taxes something that people feel unhappy about and resentful of. They don't see it as, this is, I'm paying my taxes and this is an investment in my kids' education, my child care at the daycare center, the road that I'm driving on, my health care. We see it as a burden. And, so let's cut taxes. And it creates an environment where we cut off our nose to spite our face by cutting the things that support us, but we have a very legitimate reason to feel the system isn't fair, and to feel angry and unhappy about taxes. And
absolutely,
because the burden is not being fairly and equitably shared. People talk about, competition's really good. Well, if the rich really believed in competition, they'd be arguing for 100% wealth tax or 100% inheritance tax that got then put into a pool, and every kid who turns 21 gets a share of that, an equitable share of that, so that everybody starts off at 21 with a little nest egg to go out and compete in the world. Well, that's not how they do it, right? It still wouldn't be an equitable thing because some of them had gone, the rich kids had gone to the best schools and been sent off to Harvard or Yale or somewhere else. So, but competition, as it's being presented to us, is just bullshit. We are a species that succeeded by cooperating, by working together. And that's what we need to do. And now I'm going to come full circle. I've got the 4 R's. My 4 R's are representation, regeneration, redistribution, and redesign. And they're in that order for a reason. Representation, because if we don't solve the problem of a first past the post system for new parties and emerging parties or the smaller parties across the country, none of the rest of the stuff we're talking about is going to happen. Maybe in opposition, if you're in a minority government position, you can push a couple things through. But the NDP couldn't get the Liberals to budge on proportional representation when they did the Accord.
No, not at all. It was ridiculous trying to watch them even bother to try, right?
So
it's one of the things that drove me out of the party, quite honestly, was that I spent years saying this is the most fundamental issue for our democracy. And then we got into the position where we had the balance of power in a minority, and it wasn't even on the list of things that they were trying to secure, seemingly.
Yeah, well, they said that the Liberals told them they weren't going to budge on it, so don't try, was my understanding from someone. But I think that would have been the thing to go to the polls on. And then personally,
absolutely.
After the Justin Trudeau 2015 promise, and 3,000 or more promises that last under first past the post, I think we should have done the 2019 election on that and said, actually, we really will do this. They just told you they were going to because they wanted your votes, folks.
It would have exposed all of the rest of the issues with Trudeau in terms of his dishonesty and his broken promises on a huge amount of other issues as well. So you're telling us about your R's, and I want to.
So the first one is representation, because we still have a first past the post system. If I am in a position to work in a minority government or form the government, a citizens' assembly on proportional representation, with the caveat that it would be used, the recommendations from the Citizens' Assembly would be used in 2 elections before any discussion of a referendum on it, because referendum get used.
That's so key and vital.
So, but that would be one of the things on day one. The second would be a Citizens' Assembly to look at the principles of a fair tax system. and what are the principles of a fair tax system? I don't expect the Citizens Assembly to design it, but let's say, what are the principles? A dollar is a dollar, and how do we make sure that everybody's paying their fair share and make it a staged or a one where the more you have, we recognize that the more you have, it really means the more benefit you're getting from a whole lot of services that government provides. And I don't know if we've got room for this, but when I've been in campaigns, one of our local artists made this for me, and I don't know if you can read that. It looks like but Hazel Henderson is one of my favorite economists, and she said, "I'm tired of pie charts. I want a cake chart." And she said, "It's a layer cake, and my layer cake has nature on the bottom layer. The next layer is the family and community, or what she kind of called the love economy. It's the part that doesn't show up in gross domestic product. Cake is better than table. Speaking of which, and then the next one is public sector, and then the private sector." And what she said is, every layer of a cake depends on all the layers below it. And that's going to be real important when we come to my second R and my third one, regeneration and redistribution. But, we've got to figure out how we deal effectively with the first past the post system. And what I've been saying for some time is that, if parties that are progressive, and I prefer progressive to left and right, because that goes back to the banks of the Seine River in France. It doesn't, and all our road signs say go right or stay right. I agree. Don't drive into the oncoming traffic, but that's not how you define my politics. My politics are: do you believe in a progressive politics that supports people, or do you deal with one that is much more inclined to look at how we concentrate wealth and maintain the structure of industrial capitalism in a way that is destroying the planet that we all need to live on? And to me, an approach that says we want to preserve this place for our kids and our grandkids is a pretty strong small c conservative value. Absolutely. And I think that of course, we have to create a broad coalition.
You go for it, Lucky.
Of people who believe we need.
If you want to see it, the federal budget isn't going to be for about another hour and a bit. Go enjoy the sun. It's almost winter. Soak in as much sun as you possibly can.
The earth and the environment, whether you call it creation, Mother Earth, the environment doesn't matter. It's where we live. It's our home. And we need to recognize that we need to work together to preserve it. And because of first past the post, parties tend to get concentrated in areas that they end up being in. So the NDP, which started out as a rural, community-based political movement to try and wrest power from the big central power structure, has now appeared to become a much more urban party.
That brings up something interesting that I want to ask you about. Because I think that's something that you and I both have the experience of, that very, very few New Democrats that you talk to at big meeting halls where they all get together have the experience of, is going door to door in a riding that the NDP has never
Hi, little
won.
taters. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate you.
Or at least...
Morgan, we now have yellow teacups. We've got yellow teacups. We've got our orange teacups. I love it. Got a couple people that have been here for 3 months. Soon we'll have a full rainbow of teacups in the chat. I can't wait.
Well, there's not saying never, because absolutely, we both want to make that happen.
Yeah.
Let me tell.
Morgan designed all the teacups, and I love them. I love them.
Let me tell you my experience. I mean, I've been a candidate 5 times federally and twice provincially in a very rural, supposedly conservative riding. And I've managed campaigns here. I've done fundraising, and I've certainly been on a lot of doorsteps talking to people.
Let's just do that.
What we did in the 80s,
I guess Ontario, I can put it on this side.
The Central Party was running PAC rat drives, pre-authorized checking, PAC, PAC rat drives, trying to gives us
Oh, goodness
a
gracious.
future. And regenerative agriculture is coming on. And, the incredible thing is
Okay,
we
hold
do
on.
have
What is-
options that are win-win.
Let's go here. Pick up
In
from here. Whoop.
your definition and with in mind your aim of cooperation.
Let's go back up here. The full
Yeah.
text.
Make a decision,
Yeah.
and the bulk of the money and the control is going to be centralized. And so that's how that kind of a goal. Each time a government would make a decision,
Yeah.
saying, "Well, is this taking us toward?"
So then let me ask you this.
Yeah.
In your definition and with in mind your aim of cooperation, do you consider Mark Carney a progressive?
No.
Okay.
No, listen. It's why I'm not.
I asked this because the last person in an NDP leadership race to propose this kind of idea in a serious way was Nathan Cullen in the 2011-2012 leadership race, and he was at the time explicitly advocating
Yeah, I don't think
for
anybody does,
cooperation
except
with
maybe
both
really
the Green
far
Party
right
and the Liberal
people.
Party against conservative candidates.
Yeah.
So I want to get an understanding of your vision for how this would work.
Listen, I've been on too many all candidates meetings with the Liberal and Conservative. I would rather try and work a deal with my local Conservative MP, who has helped me hold up that sign, that lovely banner made by a local artist, and who
exactly,
also
Tyrion.
signed on as one of the 20 additional seconders to the Citizens Assembly private members motions that were put in, because we need to talk to people, we need to work with them. But believe me, from my perspective, the Liberal Party establishment and the Conservative Party establishment are basically interchangeable parts of the same elite.
Perfect.
And what I want to reach out to, and what I would be interested in cooperating with, would be progressive Liberal elected members who say, yeah, we want to support what you're doing. And we will, when we run in the next election, we will say your platform is one we would endorse if you get enough seats to do it. Then I'd be happy not to run against them if I had something signed by them saying that was what they were going to do. But what I'm interested in working with is working a deal with the Greens. And I'm not, when I initially put it out there, I said, let's form the Green Democratic Progressives, the GDP, because economists love the GDP. They worship the GDP. So maybe if we were the GDP, they'd worship us. But, we don't have time to try and form a new party. There's a lot of work, a lot of effort in that.
He says that, but one of the things that came up when you look up his name is the Green. It is Tony. It's Green Progressive Party. Wow, are you guys getting the blinking on this screen? I might have to switch things up. His strategy centers on united coalition between the Green Party and the NDP. That's kind of his main goal here.
But what we can do is figure out not what we disagree about, not
also,
what
good morning,
we aren't on the same page. What can we agree on? What can we say would make really significant, important, fundamental change right away as a government? And
gotcha. So it would be a kind of non-compete agreement with a list of policy aims if you're successful in getting into power.
Yeah. What we would do, and that's another important thing. One of the things I learned through holistic management, the person who developed it said, you have to understand the difference between complex systems and complicated systems. My tractor's a complicated system. The airplane's a complicated system. There's a lot of pieces and parts moving together, but
my tractor.
It works in a linear fashion. You pull this wire off, things start, you stop, you put this wire.
I don't dislike the GC. I dislike when they stick up positions to the right of the NDP. Yeah, they are very, when it comes to their Oh, good. My brain doesn't want to do words today. When it comes to their environmental stuff, they're very far left, but a lot of the other policies of the Green Party are actually fairly conservative. So I find it interesting that that's where he wants to go with this.
Fire back on, things start. But in complex systems and human relationships, which includes governments and families are complex, the environment is complex. There's a whole web of interactions, and it's not linear. You do this thing once, and think you got this result over here. You do this again, something else happens over there, because they are so complex. And so what you have to do is you make the best decision you can at the time, and then you have to monitor it and say, is this policy actually dealing with the tax haven issue? Or do they have to modify it? Is this actually creating more cooperative housing and more affordable housing? Or do we have to?
Yeah, that very well could be Muslim Jaban, because I know he's very focused. Hey, it's me. He's very focused on sort of that foundation of his cake, for lack of a better word. Yeah, his is the Green Progressive Movement. So he's trying to do something sort of outside of both, which is interesting, The Tony McQuail Green Progressive Campaign for Representation, Regeneration, Redistribution, and Redesign. So I wonder if he knows that that's really small. Campaign launch and first debate. Unity with the Green. Okay, so this is what he would do. Will meet the deadline, secure a place in the NDP leadership. This is his second portion, full campaign and second debate. Then he wants to unify with the Green Party and champion electoral reform. So this is his sort of roadmap for what he wants to do. Look at them eyebrows. Love it. Yeah, because another thing he's talking about is, she's not going to run in the next election. Who knows? But yeah, there is some overlap there. I agree. Let's do this.
We got to do that. So we really need to look at how we do regenerative behavior, not just in agriculture, but in our communities. And the thing is, if you start looking at how can we reduce, energy and resource use, I was at a conference in Calgary, and I happened to have been participating in the Grandparents Against Genocide demonstrations on Thursday. So I made up a little sign that I could take, and I went out, and it was really interesting because I was at a busy intersection, and it was time, and I counted cars, and I would say for every car that had two people in it, there were 20 that had one. And so, in terms of thinking about how might you change resource and energy use and save money and have a little more community, if you did a rideshare program, say a municipally coordinated rideshare program, and you got two people in each of those cars, then you could have taken half the cars off the thing, which would have reduced your congestion, would reduce your air pollution in that area, reduce your fuel use, cut your commute cost in half, because now you split it with the other drive. How many wins can you get out of this thing? But it takes some effort to coordinate. And those are the kind of pilot projects that a federal government can be supporting, saying, well, what can your community do that would reduce energy use, reduce resource use?
I like that he's very community oriented. This is a whole separate thing, but how many of you have looked into, Little Taters, exactly. I've looked into like the Quaker. I went down a rabbit hole once. It's a very interesting, I wouldn't call it a religion necessarily, but it's an interesting way of life, that's for sure. Yeah, so that's our little mini update on Tony McQuail. If you want to watch the whole interview, I will post the link in the chat. Don't think it's going to let me do that in the YouTube chat. Oh, today it is. Today it thinks I'm a person. All right. So that's Tony McQuail. We've got our wonderful thing that I definitely have pulled up and pre-planned and organized. To Rob Ashton.
I'm running for leadership of the federal. Hi, my name is Rob Ashton. I'm running for leadership of the federal NDP. And in just a few days.
Yeah, he really is a fascinating candidate. Like I said before, like watching him watching him speak during that panel was like, whoa, where did this guy come from?
This government will make its decision on the federal budget. And what that means for Canadians is simple. We're about to see whose side they're really on. Are they on the side of the ruling class? Or are they on the side of the working class? Because every federal budget is a test. It's a chance for the government to show Canadians whose side they are actually on. They can close loopholes to let billion-dollar corporations dodge their taxes. They can invest in public services that actually make life better. Or they can keep doing what they always do, handing our tax dollars to the wealthy, pretending it'll trickle down. To me, the real test for any budget is clear. Does this budget put people before profit? Does it put our country before corporations? Does it put working class Canadians before the super wealthy? Don't let this government, or any other government for that matter, use fancy words to complicate easy math. Because when you follow the money, it tells you everything you need to know about whose side they're on. So come, join our movement, because together we can win.
Yeah, I agree, Morgan. I think there is a huge amount of people that will fall underneath that sort of banner of people. You know, everyone is sort of in this economy and inflation and all that stuff. Like, it's a good angle. I think they should keep focusing on it. He also spoke.
So let's take a look. I want to just talk about what happened in Alberta yesterday. Over 50,000 teachers had their rights ripped away by Danielle Smith. So let's take a second here right now to send a message to the Alberta Teachers Association. You're not alone. The labor movement's got your back.
Love it.
And the NDP has your back and will stand by you till you're done with your deal. These workers deserve more than a standing ovation. These workers deserve our utmost gratitude for standing up for all of us. So thank you. I want to just
love that. I'm not quite sure where he's speaking. I would love to have heard the rest of that, but scare away the status quo. Fuel the nightmares of the ruling class. I love that. That's clever. Stephen Von Schwowski. Yeah, he talked a lot about the teachers. Which, I mean, as the union leader, kind of makes sense.
I'm running for the leadership of the NDP. I'm here in Ottawa this week.
I will say, whoever's editing his social media posts, I gotta work on their audio.
For some meetings with the Canadian Labour Congress and to do a forum with the other four candidates. It was done on Wednesday evening, actually. And it was a fantastic night.
You can't even hear
the party and anybody else that wanted to listen to, they got to hear what all five of us wanted to bring to the party. It was a fantastic evening for us all. We all have exciting exciting ideas, and this is a really exciting time to be a member of the New Democratic Party. And I hope that you're able to jump on our team, ride this wave, and let's get it done. Not for Rob Ashton, but for Canada, the working class in our country. Let's get it done. Let's make it happen.
I just like him. Yeah, the music is brutal. Whoever's doing his social media stuff, cut the bullshit and stop trying to pretend you care about working people. My statement was clear about Indigenous consent, protecting the environment, and safety. I and every working class Canadian will always have much more in common with the BC NDP than the Conservatives. John, you and your Conservative cronies will sell out workers at the first chance. Nice. Alright, so that's Rob Ashton, and I've got Danielle Johnson is also doing some really neat stuff, if I can find, there it is. Danielle. Alright, so she's got a couple of things here.
Hey Canada, I'm Tennille Johnston, a proud Liquid Steel woman, social worker, and parent from Campbell River, BC. Like many Canadians, I grew up in a working class family. My dad a mine worker, and my mom a small business owner. And I know what it's like to work long and hard to provide for your family and keep a roof overhead. This last election was a setback, but I know we're ready for a record-breaking return. The NDP needs some fresh energy and a real choice, one built on integrity, inclusion, and inspiration. That's why I'm running to be the next leader of the NDP, because I know that when we root our fight in our values, we win. For over a decade, I've stood with families and communities, ensuring their access to healthcare, campaigning for free post-secondary education, battling harmful legislation that divides and discriminates, and championing advocacy for voices that power structures refuse to hear. I'm here to give the NDP its edge back. We need progressive, transparent leadership. If you're tired of being told to settle or hold on to hope, if you want a leader who listens, learns, and turns that into action, vote for me. And let's make our party the voice for every worker, every family, every Canadian and newcomer. I'm Tennille Johnston, and I'm running to lead our NDP. Forward together.
I really like her. I, if nothing else, I would love to see her in question period. I love it. Oh, this we've seen.
Next up, we have right with us here in the room, Tennille Johnston.
May not be able to hear this. We'll see.
Wow, this, looking at it, it just kind of looks like a chinchilla.
Okay. When this video is done, I promise I will pause and turn the volume back down. But turn your headphones up. This is going to be pretty quiet.
It's very cute.
Do you hear? Oh, I have to.
Looks like a chinchilla. It's very cute. Anyways, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me tonight. Thank you for the not only the acknowledgement of the territory this evening, but also the acknowledgement of the historic land back for this
Leftist audio.
It was amazing to see that in the news today. So thank you for being here tonight, listening to all of us candidates and participating in rebuilding our movement. A little bit about me, born and raised in Campbell River. My dad worked at the mine and my mom owned a Hallmark store, where I spent most of my time as a tiny person on a stool, working the till the best I can and refilling the cards and doing as much stock work as I was allowed to. I started my political career in student politics. I was grateful for the opportunity to go to the University of Victoria and walked into the Native Student Union and never looked back. I got the privilege of representing the NSU on the UVic Student Society Board of Directors. From there, I was enabled with the opportunity to participate in the Canadian Federation of Students, both at a federal level and at a provincial level on their executive boards, which was quite an amazing learning opportunity to be connected with other Indigenous people from all across Canada through their Indigenous caucus, as well as participate in lobbying against governments for things like the tuition freeze that you're seeing still on the forefront of the student movement across Canada.
So she definitely has the young people vote. She's definitely got an ear and an eye on the ground for the stuff that's happening there.
I'm here as much to talk as I am to listen. You are the people of the party, and you know what's best for us. And I believe that we are interviewing for the opportunity to be that phenomenal conduit for you into the House of Commons. It means a lot to see this room packed full of New Democrats. Showing up tonight is a demonstration of our belief that this party is turning a new leaf. Together we can create a new era, bringing power back to our grassroots and winning more of those seats in the House of Commons. I want to acknowledge the incredible work from fellow candidates thus far in this endeavor, Tony, Heather, Avi, and Rob, all leaders in their respective fields who've kept that progressive value strong inside our party. Their presence in this race is proof that the NDP has got a lot of talent.
It's true.
We've got grit, we've got compassion, and we need to rebuild. This leadership race is about change and it's about renewal. Let's be real. The last federal election, as you've heard from a couple people tonight, was really hard. It was a tragic loss for many ridings, including my own, who put forward very strong candidates, really awesome policies, but were victim to that red wave that was offered earlier. For decades, Vancouver Island has been...
I will say, you know, maybe some of the members of the NDP were victims to the red wave, but Jagmeet Singh dropped the ball down the stairs into the basement. They had such a big opportunity. They keep talking about the election, but they had a huge opportunity when the budget was presented to sort of step in and take over that left-leaning vote, and they just didn't, right? So it's one thing to say, yes, we lost in the election, and yes, we got taken over by the red wave, but they had opportunities before that, and I hate to say they, because I don't know how much of it is the fault of, you know, the small riding NDP candidates, but that ball got dropped by the party so hard.
NDP territory. We were actually nicknamed the Orange Cheeto, if some may remember that, which unfortunately has now taken a new meaning, thanks to...
Yes. Yep. It was also the fear of a Trump minion. Yep.
To our relative there in the South, with the rise of this Trump-style politics from the Conservatives, as well as the fear-mongering Liberals, who have proven to just be red-caped Conservatives. Most of our seats flipped blue for us on Vancouver Island. Today, to date, that election wasn't based in what I would like to think is our reality on the island. It was based in fear and anxiety around what would happen if, honestly, we were under Pierre Poilievre as our leader.
Mm-hmm.
So not only with Trump threatening from the South, that fear drove people to vote with a place of fear. And we know that on this side of the country, our votes look a little bit different than on the East Coast. We don't play as much into that leadership as voting for Mark Carney. But that was the belief on our side of the country, and that was a really challenging strategy to come up against.
Yeah. The NDP MLA never door knocked, never sent out a mail, or never did an interview. Yeah, and I mean, there was a huge push for, well, the NDP probably can't win, and we don't want Pierre Poilievre in, so we only have one option, right?
I've been hearing from our longstanding members that it's time for real change that not only roots our party in that fairness, that inclusion, the progressive values, but change that will also lead us to victory. Because I don't believe that growing our movement means that we have to sacrifice
That's sad,
our
little
values
taters.
at all. If anything, we need to dig deeper and root ourselves stronger. As the youngest candidate in this race, I hear a lot from people under 40, the students, the renters, the new parents, the gig workers, everyone that's really hustling to just pay their rent. get some food on the table, that you can easily see where the frustration comes from those generations. Inflation is breaking families. Groceries, housing, the ability to afford and access childcare is beyond most folks. Forget about savings. Most of us are just fighting to stay afloat. People shouldn't have to go broke just to put that roof over their head or to put food on the table. Meanwhile, we all know that the big banks, telecom, fossil fuel companies are making record.
Nail is one of the major strategic voting losses. Yes. Yeah. The NDP is also rebuilding hard in New Brunswick. They're not really a force again yet, but this election we did have a candidate with a picture and a local presence. There you go. Yes, to Neil, when I say that they dropped the ball, I'm not speaking to people like Tennille. I'm speaking to the people like Jagmeet Singh and, you know, Tennille, if you look at any of her campaigning stuff from the election, she is a hard worker. She knows her constituents. She knows where she is, or she knows where she is. She knows where and what issues are important to them. But like Lil Tater said, like there was some NDPs that just went, well, we're not going to win, so what's the point? And that's the sad thing, especially for MPs like this that work so hard.
And our government just keeps giving them our tax dollars. Our livelihoods, our environment, our quality of life have all gone down, and it's really hurting everybody. After decades of conservative and liberal governments helping the rich just get richer at the expense of working people, it's now time to level the playing field. We need this party, our party, to stand up, speak out, and take action on making lives better for the everyday Canadians. We have to stop the corporate greed, stop providing the handouts to folks that are just destroying our planet, our big polluters. No to pipelines like TMX and Keystone. No to corporate landlords. No to billionaires profiting off of our private data. We're finished with half measures. This is about genuine grassroots socialism in action. That means policies like national rent control,
Yes.
crack down on corporate real estate hoarding, green jobs, an immediate, robust climate action plan that gets us to that clean, green energy future. And as always, fighting for that accessible universal health care that covers you from head to toe. That means making pharmacare, dental care, vision care, and the much needed mental health services available for everyone and not just those that have the benefits that enable it for them. Right now, Canada's leadership isn't progressive. I feel like that's really obvious for everyone in the room. It's ultimately conservative. Hidden with a liberal-branded prime minister who made his legacy in finance, not in public service.
Heck yes.
We need more of the, we don't need more of the same old, same old. We need a renaissance for the working class, for renters, for people who care about the climate, and for Indigenous and marginalized voices. And if you're searching for a reason to believe in the NDP again, here it is. I'm ready to lead this party into our next chapter, where we're growing and we're winning for the working class, all while rooted in our values, integrity, inclusion, inspiration. Together, we're building a movement that can win, not just on the island, not just in BC, but a new coalition that reaches across Canada from coast to coast to coast and does not leave our rural communities behind. This is an exciting moment, and I hope you're feeling the energy that we're bringing to it, because we need your help in order to grow this coalition. Choose to volunteer, choose to donate. Help us organize as a party to enable us to actually change the game for a generation, for your generation, for my generation, for my daughter's generations. Join me in the wave of change. Sign on to my nomination, sign all of our nominations, as what was offered earlier. Signing the nomination just enables everyone to have a choice. Because it's not just about providing you, the membership, with solid options for leadership, but it's about providing you those options to be able to make a choice. Lastly, I'm going to humbly ask you to donate to my leadership campaign so that I can finish this race for leader and earn your vote in March in Winnipeg. We have a big job ahead of us, but together, let's show the country that every ripple can push the tides of change. It's only with your help that we can begin our path to victory for the people. Gaila Kesla, thank you, merci, and Haichka.
Awesome. I love hearing all the different languages. So yeah, that's Tennille. I think personally, she has an amazing voice. I think she's got some really strong values, and she's got a lot to offer. And I hope that, again, the same thing with Tony McQuell, I hope that people like that are the ones that make people go, oh, the NDP really is that far left. There really is that far left options in this race. And it's not just the people who are, you know, pandering to try and win, right? There's people who are willing to stand up. I am just looking for Ave Lewis's stuff. The only one I didn't have written down for some reason. Here we go. Ave Lewis.
I watched our Prime Minister.
Whoa, sorry, I forgot. Everyone, turn your headphones down. Turn your headphones back down. Tennille was very quiet. Ave Lewis is not. Turn your headphones down. I'll give it like another 10 seconds before I hit play again. All right. Good. No one's about to be deafened by my lack of remembering things.
Yesterday, while symbolically and very shallowly recognizing the state of Palestine at the beginning of the UN General Assembly, something that was the result of a lot of activism and pressure on the government of Canada. I don't want to diminish it. At the same time, it was accompanied by ridiculous conditions about Palestine accepting a two-state solution, things that make absolutely no sense when whole cities are being erased. Rafah is gone, it's rubble. Gaza City is being demolished. And what is the Canadian Prime Minister's response to this moment? He repeats a cute little phrase that he made up, being interviewed by CNN's Christian Amanpour recently. He repeated it yesterday, that the Palestinian state must be a Zionist Palestinian state.
Oy. Don't love that.
Is this a time to be cute? Mr. Prime Minister, what does that even mean? The crimes committed against the Palestinian people through the political ideology of Zionism, which appears to require the erasure of an entire people in order to have an ethnically defined Jewish state. You want Palestinians to call?
Sorry, Kappa Appa. On the plus side, it wasn't Ave Lewis who said that. There's potential for change.
Their state that? The callousness of Canada's crocodile tears and hollow words must break the heart of every Canadian of decency in this country today, in a moment when this genocide, this ongoing genocide, in my view, is a moral chasm that has opened up in our world. And you are on one side of it or you are on the other, because the conscience of humanity is falling down the crack in between.
Love it. Love it, love it. He is definitely such a strong candidate. He also has this one here.
Here in Canada, our government, in fact, most of our political class...
Yeah, Ave Lewis did not say that. He was quoting what Carney said, which, yeah, that's just I can't
and most of
that.
our mainstream media is, I believe, deeply out of sync with the majority of Canadian people. In a recent poll, almost two-thirds of people said they want the Canadian government to recognize Israel's actions in Gaza as a genocide. And at the same time, our Prime Minister continues to insist that a future Palestinian state must be a Zionist one, a bizarre talking point that demonstrates just how out of touch our ruling class is. What explains this chasm, this asymmetry that enables and locks in the most searing injustice of our age? For surely it is the power of a story. It's a deeply colonial story, a tiny, noble country locked in intractable conflict with a threatening, violent, fundamentalist people who are not like us at all and represent a threat to our way of life. This is how Israel and Palestine have been represented in our culture since at least the 1950s. And in Canada, one of the most powerful forces today, locking in this fundamentally racist and colonial story, has been the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. CJ's
Yes.
lobbying efforts have had a huge influence on how this story shapes our culture, law, and conversation in Canada. And of course, the accusation of anti-Semitism leveled relentlessly against those who speak up or act in solidarity with Palestinians, and the narrative that it is actually Jewish Canadians who are most at risk, most in pain, most unsafe, most victimized. This is painfully absurd. In an important way, this report is the product of our long-standing frustration as a group of Jewish scholars at pro-Israel lobby groups claiming to speak on behalf of the Jewish community as a monolith. For many decades, pro-Israel Jewish organizations have been suppressing aspects of Jewish identity, politics, and scholarship that are critical of Israel and Zionism. So the next time there's a loud, peaceful protest in support of Palestine, and CJ describes it publicly with words like a violent anti-Semitic pro-Hamas mob, we hope that journalists will pause and think critically before transcribing it. We hope that policymakers and public officials will not continue to accept those kinds of words unthinkingly. We hope that politicians will speak out against this warped and damaging story in greater and greater numbers. We hope this work can be used to seed a different story, one that recognizes the fundamental humanity of Palestinians and the hateful, harmful impact of propaganda that denies that humanity and provides cover for genocide.
Yeah. He does not mince words, and that is something that I have so much respect for when it comes to this stuff. A couple more, and then we need to switch over to the budget stuff.
Things are pumping here on, this is like not a picket line, right?
No! We're standing
Turn your headphones down again. Sorry, folks, it's super loud.
up and walking for public education.
Yes, we are.
We're here to show that even though we're back in the classroom, we still want better for our kids. We still want better for public education. This fight is not over.
That's right.
Even though we're back in the classrooms, we love our kids, and that's why we're back, but we love them, and so we're going to continue to fight.
They said the wrong words, notwithstanding. Oh, and we said General Strike. Well,
Hey, dang flabbit. Thank you for the follow.
The spirit is strong. The strike is over. But this is a story of national importance because it's not just Danielle Smith attacking workers' rights, it's Carney government too, and workers aren't going to take it.
Love it. Love it, love it.
And we can live in a country with wartime level investment in public housing, co-op housing, nonprofit housing, and social housing, where public housing is beautiful, with the equivalent of Canadian Diego Rivera murals and swimming pools on the roof like Vienna, because there's no reason for the public to be shabby. The public should be beautiful. It's ours. We just have to get the money from the banks and big corporations and build it together.
And he certainly has energy. He's certainly got the energy to carry this stuff through.
I think we've lost the gift for straight talk. I think we've confused people too much in recent years, and I think this might not be the perfect room to say so, but I think we might have over-relied on the technocracy of winning elections and lost the gut and the direct connection with the lived reality of people, a sense of moral clarity on the fundamental issues of our time. And I think it might be easier than we think to recover like a direct relationship with voters. There are some very simple truths that are pressing right now. Genocide is a horrific crime, and Canada has an absolute responsibility to do everything it can possibly do to stop it. And when our government is double-talking as always, and when the party has suggested every mechanism that it can come up with, we need to look, for instance, to Labour for Palestine and start helping call for a hot cargo campaign and actually touch where goods are moved. When we're being oppressed by corporate monopolies in every facet of our lives, we need a public option for groceries. And being able to say that in the first few weeks of the campaign has already provoked a response from the Globe and Mail that gave its Thanksgiving Monday editorial to rebutting that argument, showing that we can spark conversations about real solutions by just saying them plainly in ways that people can understand. And I think this time when fascism is rising, not just in the United States, and we can't say it can't happen here because those are the fatal last words of peoples and countries throughout history, we have abundant opportunities to start advocating for solutions that are as big as the crises we face and communicating them directly with passion and seriousness and substance. And I think that's how we reconnect.
Awesome. Yeah. Heather McPherson. Where are your... Yeah. Someone mentioned earlier that the Yukon had an election it wasn't worth talking about, but the NDP did form the official opposition.
Hey everyone, I am in the Winnipeg airport. Airports seem to be a place I spend a lot of my time these days. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the budget that Mark Carney's bringing forward and a little bit about those next round of projects that he's going to be talking about. And I want to be perfectly clear with you. The Northern Gateway Pipeline cannot make its way onto that list. It must remain a non-starter. The people of the North Coast, activists, people from across the province, Indigenous communities who have led that fight, they showed us what standing up for land and water really means. You know, our path forward has to protect and create good paying jobs, absolutely. And we have to be committed to cleaner energy, to reconciliation and respect for the people, for the place, and for the planet we all share. By working together and staying rooted in our values, I know that we, as New Democrats, we can do both.
Love it. And a little bit both sidesing, but that's, I think, what she does best.
Folks right now in this country need to know that we have a plan, and that plan means that we build big things. Absolutely. We build big projects, an electrical grid, you know, high-speed rail, transit. We build these big things in this country with Canadian workers, with Canadian materials, and that's mandated by law. You know, we need to be making sure that we have trade relationships that we're developing with other countries, but that doesn't mean that we turn our backs on human rights. It doesn't mean that we will trade to the exclusion of everything else. That's not who we are as Canadians. It's not who we are as New Democrats.
I just want to show y'all super quickly. I just got an email from the Alberta Federation of Labor about a rally, and I just want to make sure that I can open this without... I'll do this. Okay, there we go. Tomorrow, stand with the University of Alberta students as they rally on campus to support teachers and oppose the UCP government. Tomorrow at noon on the main quad and the north campus of the U of A. They're going to have a rally for the ATA. And I've gotten a few of these emails letting people know where different rallies are. Just super handy when you're like, I'd like to, you know, step up and do something, but I don't know where.
We're going to wait and see what's in this budget, but everything we've heard from Mark Carney makes me think this is going to be a really hard budget for the New Democrats to support. I mean, he's talking about cuts to services that Canadians depend upon. He's talking about things that will put people in a more precarious position. He's telling Canadians they're going to have to tighten their belts, but Canadians are already doing that, right. And Canadians are deeply concerned about their jobs. You know, we saw 3,000 jobs flee Canada with Stellantis. You know, just today, we know that there's going to be about 120 steel workers that are going to lose their jobs, and they're going to be moved to India tomorrow if the government doesn't take immediate steps. You know, this Prime Minister, he can make a choice. This is his decision to decide whether or not he wants an election. Mark Carney will decide if he wants an election. If he doesn't want an election, he better put things in that budget that New Democrats can support.
All right,
We're going to wait and see what's in this budget, but...
We got it. Has she said it yet? Not yet, because we're just watching clips. But yeah. I'm going to take another quick break, but I'm going to put up something to keep an eye on while I do that. This one. Right. I can't open it on here because then you have to watch my ads on top of y'all's ads. Oops. Right. I'm going to let this play for a minute or two just while I go run and fill up my tea again. Is that a house hippo? Yes, it is indeed a house hippo. We have a Discord called the House Hippo Commons. This is our mascot. And yeah, I am the tyrant of the House Hippo Commons. That is my title, and I am very proud of that title. And
the North American house hippo is found throughout Canada and the eastern United States.
Oh, we love our house hippos here. All right, I'm going to play this. This is about 8 minutes long, and I'm going to go fill up my tea, use the washroom, and then we're going to flip into some actual budget talk. Back in a minute.
The North American house hippo is found throughout Canada and the eastern United States.
There you go.
Mr. Carney, the young people in this room and across this country have already sacrificed enough. They have worked hard, they've done everything right, and they deserve a bright future of homes, jobs, and hope.
I'm not sugarcoating it to people. Yes, we had to make tough choices, but when you make tough choices, you're able to focus. You're able to prioritize. You're able to invest in places that makes a difference.
Finance Minister François-Philippe Champagne this week refusing to say what so-called sacrifices the government's upcoming budget will ask Canadians to make, but pledging voters will understand the generational shift, as his government calls it, that's happening. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, meanwhile, says young Canadians have made enough sacrifices. The much-anticipated budget comes as Canada faces an unprecedented economic threat from our neighbor, the United States, underscored by new data from StatsCan that shows the economy here contracted in 4 of the last 5 months. A special edition of The Scrum is here to look ahead to the high-stakes budget. Amanda Lang is CTV's chief financial correspondent. Najuda Amelise is an economics reporter with Bloomberg. And Nick Nanos is the chief data scientist and founder of Nanos Research. Hi, everybody. It's good to see you. Amanda, I'll start with you. Given what's going on with our economy right now, how significant do you think this budget will be?
I think we can all agree that, as it's been characterized, this is a kind of a generational budget, simply because there is so much happening. There's not just, of course, the trade war that we need to settle. We need a new deal, but also a rethinking of what we're doing and how we're doing it in the eventual scenario that things have permanently shifted. As the government keeps indicating, they're trying for a deal, but they're also alerting us to the fact that this is a new era. So how much can one budget do, I guess, is the question, Vashi, to point us in that direction, while it's trying to do some other things. I mean, you've alluded to them. Affordability is front of mind for Canadians. How do you offer spending that helps Canadians now while making huge investments in a shift in your economy? And that is no easy lift. So I'm all eyes and ears on this one.
And at the same time, to add to that pile, Jude, exercise restraint, or even as the Prime Minister characterized it a few months ago, austerity.
I mean, I think there's three things to watch out for in this budget. It's obviously the deficit. It is the cuts that they're going to have in the budget, and then thirdly, what they're going to do to spur growth and convince Canadians that they are making so-called investments in Canada. And I think one of the challenges will be distracting from that deficit number that we know is going to be quite large, with whatever investments that they showcase, and also while not creating too much backlash on the cuts, right? Of how many workers are going to be laid off because of this budget? What kind of programs could be affected by these cuts? I know they said they're going to just shrink the size of government, but ultimately that always has an impact on service delivery for Canadians. And so it's going to be a tricky balancing act between those three things for this government next week. And this week, the Bank of Canada cut its interest rate, but it said, we think this might be our last rate cut. And now this is kind of the limit of our ability to address the tariff damage. Over to you, federal government. They didn't say that literally, but that was the implication. And so Prime Minister Mark Carney next week will have to give Canadians his pitch on how he's going to do that.
Do you think, is it your sense, Nick, that Canadians are attuned to this budget?
Oh, I think very much so, especially in the context of Donald Trump and the trade negotiations. You know, the thing is in the news, Vashi, you look at the news, what are we hearing about? We're hearing about jobs moving to the United States. We're seeing that there's an economic slowdown. You know, the political stakes couldn't be higher because it's a statistical dead heat between the Liberals and the Conservatives. Like the Liberal honeymoon, if there was such a thing, is over. But I would like to say the Mark Carney honeymoon over Pierre Poilievre is not. Because although the Liberals and the Conservatives are in a dead heat statistically, Mark Carney still has about a 20-point advantage on the preferred Prime Minister tracking.
Yeah, we're going to get to the possibility of an election soon, because I'd love to hear what you think about what could happen. Amanda, as far as like key indicators that you'll be looking for, or the big things that like when you go into a lockup for this budget that you will be like looking for in the document itself first, what are they?
So the most important thing for me is that this is the first time we'll see this new presentation. So we will see this difference, right, between operations and kind of capital investments. That's important, and I think economists are generally in favor of it. They're not critical of this idea, but how it plays out matters. And then, of course, we'll look at what those capital investments are, because how the government invests its long-term debt, which is presumably what that means, in making these big changes that help our productivity, that help grow jobs of the future, that help the economy diversify. Those are the big ticket items. Now, we've seen, obviously, the major projects office. We get a glimpse of what they're thinking. Is there anything else they can offer that says this is how we pivot, this hinge moment the Prime Minister likes to talk about? And then I will be watching the kind of fiscal promises they make. My guess is, I'd love to hear what Nick has to say about this, but is they'll talk about government reductions that don't happen today. In other words, getting back to kind of pre-COVID levels, 70,000 job cuts according to PSAC, isn't going to be next year, because that would cripple the economy. And as you know, with the Bank of Canada governor just said, over to you for fiscal stimulation. Cutting a whole bunch of government jobs, of course, would be very hard on the economy.
It would be hard on the economy, and it might also, given the current political construct of the House of Commons, to Jude, be hard on them politically, right? They may be looking to the NDP to actually get this budget passed, and the NDP has been clear on one thing. I would say primarily, and that is that they don't want something like austerity.
Yep, it's going to be a very interesting budget in terms of how it plays out in the House of Commons, because it's still unclear how it will pass. There are obviously multiple ways this could play out. It seems like the most likely way it could pass would be that
certain MPs would just not be there for the vote, and that could be from the NDP. A few of them sit out, and there you go. But it's a challenging budget for the NDP to support because they need to build up the party and they need to show that they stand for something. And particularly right now with kind of this void on the left in terms of the political spectrum in Canada right now, federally, it would be a challenge for the NDP to stand by the cuts to the federal service, other policies that the Carney government has adopted in relation to energy, climate change, and so they need to make a statement against Carney's agenda. And from the Conservatives, I mean, it would be very challenging to vote for this budget after you basically made the case that somehow Carney is, worse than Justin Trudeau, even though, you obviously had a case that Canadians were on side with you about Justin Trudeau, not necessarily right now with Carney. And so we'll have to wait and see what we hear from the government about how this passes, or is there an election, as the whispers say, but...
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That is the speculation here in Ottawa. I don't think outside of Ottawa, too many people, I mean, they're, are talking about things other than sports at the moment, but here they are, Nick. Tell me your view on if there were to be an election around Christmas time, in your crystal ball, based on all your great polling, what you think would go down.
Oh, it'd be kind of like Bill Murray and Groundhog Day, because, the thing is, let's face it, there's still a lot of Canadians that want change. The Conservatives are still in the high 30s, and there are people that are committed, even if they're not hot on Pierre Poilievre, they still think that the Liberals have been in power too long. And the Liberal brand and their political fortunes are all wrapped up in one individual, Mark Carney. So, if we had an election early, the big question is how would the NDP do? Because the fact of the matter is, for the Conservatives, there's no path to victory unless the NDP are more relevant. Like, if the NDP are not relevant, if they cannot come together, select a leader, have a vision of renewal, and start eating into that liberal progressive vote, people that might be disappointed on the environmental front or on other fronts, then it's just going to be hard for Pierre Poilievre. So what we're going to say, clutch your chest, but it may just, we might have an election for no purpose other than to have an election with very similar results.
Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate it. Our Sunday Scrum. Amanda Lang, Nick Nannis, and Najoud Al-Malise. We're back with more question period after a short break.
Okay. Sorry. Of course, the video always finishes up right as I'm about to, or right as I take a huge bite of food. Yeah, we're all a little nervous. We're all a little bit like, oh, I don't know. All right, there is one more video that I'm going to load up, and then we're at question period, y'all. Dun dun dun. It does. Okay, this is a kid's post, but we're going to read through it anyway because I think it's a good explanation. Let's budgets determine where our money as Canadian goes. It can be a bit complicated. Some things are paid for by cities, some by our province, and some by the federal government. He'll reveal the details. What is a federal budget? It's a plan introduced by the government, usually each year, that will lay out how much money, how they're planning to raise money, and how they're planning to spend it. That's why every candidate is interested in who is running the country and how their taxes will be spent. For this? Yeah, absolutely. Oh. Hang on. Don't click that one. Oh. Yeah, there you go. I don't know why it's doing that thing at the end. Let me know if that link works. What that money is spent on directly affects Canadians and kids and can include things like school lunch, housing, healthcare, social assistance, the military, and more. Conservatives typically believe in taxing less and spending less on government programs, whereas more left-leaning parties like the Liberals, click it right now, believe in taxing people more and spending more on programs. This year, because they're currently in power, it's their turn. Although their typical focus is taxing more and spending more, the Callaghan said that with Canada's economy in crisis, Carney has said his plan this year will be to spend less in some areas. Why it's causing a stir: in order for a budget to move forward, the government in power needs a majority of MPs in the House to vote for its plan. It's called a confidence vote. Okay, good, thank you. If the budget is rejected by MPs, an election is called because the government does not have the confidence or the support of the House. The Liberal Party holds 169 seats, 3 seats short of a majority. So all they need is 3 other MPs to vote, and all the Liberals to vote, yes. Some are claiming that they're doing this to trigger an election. Normally you'd think if you have power, you don't want to lose it, but if an election were triggered, it's possible the Liberals would get more seats and reach a majority government. If that happens, going forward, every budget issue and confidence matter will be safe for them, and they can do what they want and stay in power for at least the next 4 years. It will be debated over 4 days, and a vote is expected later this month. Yeah, I thought that was a really easy way of breaking it down. All right, we've got about 15 minutes. We'll take a look at some of these for a minute, and then we'll switch over to question period.
That you've been through, right, since 2015, 2019, like you've been through a few of these budgets in minority. Does this feel different this time around in terms of whether the government's going to get the budget passed?
It does feel different than the last Parliament, obviously, because of the absence of a supply and confidence agreement. But I think we've been through some very similar things in the 43rd Parliament, and just a matter of course, and negotiations are happening, and hopefully common sense prevails, because I'm certain Canadians don't want a Christmas election.
And do you want a Christmas election?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I don't think anybody does.
You have a significant military presence.
Yes.
This is a budget where we're going to be spending a considerable amount on defense. Tell me what your constituents are, what their expectations are.
So we have one of the largest percentages of veterans and serving members. They're very much behind supporting our military. So I, of course, haven't seen the budget. I will see the budget tomorrow, but I'm looking forward to seeing that investment and the pay. Our military members need to get paid.
I was with the PM when he went to Latvia, toured the base.
I saw that.
And he was pretty much getting high-fived by everybody who was getting a raise. It's very popular.
Well, you know, it's difficult to keep people in the military if you don't take care of them.
Great.
So we have to do that.
Thank you.
Take
Excellent.
care.
Love it.
It's up to them. It's up to them, right? It's not up to the opposition. It's up to the government. You guys have that wrong. Your narrative has been it's on the opposition.
Oh, stop yelling at the reporters.
The narrative is it's on the Liberals. It's their budget.
I think the Liberals will vote for the budget.
You never know. There may be some missing too.
Okay. Do you feel something weird in the air for the run of this budget that things might be a bit more uncertain than other minority budget votes?
Well, we got to see the budget first. First things first, right? So let's take a good look, and we'll see what goes on from there.
Okay.
Thanks.
You got the election ready? Happy to run on it if we need
Pardon me?
Why haven't you rolled out abstaining from voting on this budget?
Well, we're not ruling out anything. I mean, we're not speculating on how we're going to vote. You know, if it's a budget that's good for working people, we'll support it. If it's not, we won't. So all options are on the table. Until we read the budget, we really can't see.
We do know a lot about it. 1,000 more RCMP, 1,000 more CBSA, $1,000 tax credit for personal support workers, $500 million for worker retraining and skills retraining. Boy, that sounds like a lot of.
Hi, Chris. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. We should chat. But yes, I hope you're doing well.
You could vote for.
Do you have a copy of the budget, David? I don't have. Geez, I haven't seen that.
Well, over the last few weeks, they've made a lot of pre-budget amendments.
Well, they made some. I mean, you know, we
Hi,
don't make
Wandering
our decision
Forest.
based on budget leaks. You know, a budget is that thick, and there's a lot of things in there. Its impact on Indigenous communities, its impact on healthcare.
Oh, I do indeed live. I am alive. I am here.
Its impact on job creation and where the infrastructure dollars are going to be spent. Will it create unionized good jobs for Canadians? Will it not? What's the impact on the climate? I mean, there's so many important areas in a budget that we can't speculate in advance. So what we've said is we're going to read the budget. You know, I think the Conservatives and Bloc have done a disservice by positioning themselves in advance of a budget they haven't read. So we're going to read the budget. We'll study it carefully. We'll consult with stakeholders and.
Yeah, so general opinion on Carney has gone down. What is the word I'm looking for? Polls. This is probably a better. It's polling time. Da 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 da. Ba 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 da ba da.
They have winners and losers. It also presents an opportunity, though, for the Prime Minister to rally Canadian support around his agenda or lose the narrative if Canadians do not agree with what Mark Carney is proposing. To talk about this, we're now joined by Polls analyst Eric Grenier, the founder and the writer behind The Writ. Eric, hello to you.
Polls.
Listen, I want to talk a bit about, you know, the potential.
My puppy just stood up because I was singing.
Potential gain here of the budget, but I think it's probably worthwhile to talk about where things stand when it comes to polling numbers and this Prime Minister. Because when you look at the approval ratings, when you look at Abacus data, for example, they say Conservatives are now in the lead. If you look at others, they say Liberals still have the greater support in the country. What do you make of those numbers?
I do think that it does suggest that there isn't really a huge advantage for either the Liberals or the Conservatives in the polls at this stage. As you mentioned, we have seen some polls that have the Conservatives ahead, but when we do see those kinds of polls, the margin is usually quite small and within the margin of error. When we do see some polls with the Liberals ahead, it's either the same kind of close race or maybe a bit of a wider lead for the Liberals. So overall, that does kind of suggest that the portrait hasn't shifted all that much since the last election. And it was almost a Liberal majority last time, so it is a bit of a roll of the dice, and maybe there would be production of a majority government for the Liberals or even a closer minority government between the two parties than what we saw last time. So I think that's where we are heading into this consideration for the budget vote, is that sure, either of the two parties could want to go into an election because they could end up in a better position after it, but both of them could also not want to go into an election because they could end up in a worse position. It's not like in the fall of 2024 where there was a clear incentive for the Conservatives, for the Bloc Québécois to take advantage of Liberal weakness. In this context, it is pretty much status quo.
Yeah, status quo, bearing in mind that the Liberals are 3 votes shy of a majority, so they are going to need someone to either abstain or support them to get this budget passed. But, you know, Mark Carney, when you talk about there's no advantage when it comes to party standings, it certainly changes over preferred Prime Minister. And really, that's the narrative that we've had ever since Mark Carney became Liberal leader. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And if the Liberals are
the NDP line is
jonesing
sad.
for an election, it would be because Mark Carney has that advantage over Pierre Poilievre. Nanos research continues to show a 20-plus point lead for Mark Carney over Pierre Poilievre on preferred Prime Minister. And we also did see a few polls out over the last week asking Canadians who they would prefer to balance the budget without hurting them, who they would prefer for economic growth. And Mark Carney has an advantage over Pierre Poilievre. So over the course of the campaign, if one did get kicked off, maybe that advantage would start to tell and push the Liberal numbers further. But if we are in a bit of a polarized electorate where it is primarily party brand that is keeping the Conservatives afloat, it might not matter much that Mark Carney has that edge over Pierre Poilievre.
Okay, but now comes in this budget as of tomorrow. Arguably, this will be the first time Canadians will get a glimpse into how the Prime Minister intends to turn
YouTube
his
captions
words
are
into
not
action.
great.
What will be important for the Prime Minister to convey with this budget, do you think?
I do think they have to convey a level of, I'm not sure how to put it, but not to be going too far. It has to have a level of pragmatism in it, because all the polling that's been done over the last little while still suggests that Canadians, you know, they prefer not to be in a deficit position. They prefer to see a balanced budget, but they do understand that deficits can be necessary. And if the deficit is funding spending towards their priorities, that they can live with it. So if we do see a budget that comes out on Tuesday that is, sure, a big deficit number, but the case is well made that it is meant to be investing, as Mark Carney is often saying, rather than just reckless spending. I think the fact that Mark Carney has that advantage on trust from Canadians on his economic...
We should almost have a counter on how many times Mark Carney says investment versus Pierre Poilievre saying deficit.
management, that it will go over well enough for Canadians. I think there isn't this desire to see drastic cuts to balance the budget in the same way that there isn't a desire to see massive spending to deal with problems like we saw during the pandemic.
Mm-hmm. You talk about, the spending and the investment, and I do wonder what the Prime Minister needs to focus in on here, if at all, because from the polling I've seen, affordability is still the top concern amongst Canadians. But the Prime Minister, he doesn't talk about affordability in terms of things like an excess profit tax on grocers. He talks about investments. What kind of sell will the Prime Minister have to do to get people on side if affordability is how they define their concern?
I think a lot of it does have to be axed towards that affordability question, the cost of living question, even if it is investments in big projects or if it's investments in defense spending. If it does mean instead that some of that money that is being...
Oh, we'd be knocked out before they even started. Also, hi, Lucky Owl. Welcome in.
Going towards these large ticket items will have benefits for Canadians, either in higher salaries or reduced costs in the longer run, then I think it could have some resonance. But there does need to be a focus on cost of living, because as you mentioned, that is still by far the top issue of Canadians. Yes, the economy, Donald Trump, healthcare system, housing affordability, they rank highly as issues, but cost of living is the top one. And when you see polling that was done, for example, by Ipsos, and it suggests what they want to see in the budget, it is measures to either reduce taxes or just to reduce the cost of living. So if the budget does put an emphasis on that, or if at least the message from the budget puts an emphasis on that this will reduce the cost of living for Canadians, then it could resonate with Canadians. If, on the other hand, it is seen as a budget with a lot of spending that might impact Canadians in 10, 20 years, then I think there could be a vulnerability for the Liberals that they're seen as not addressing the top issue for Canadians right now, which remains the pocketbook.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned Donald Trump, and we know during the election when the Liberals mentioned Donald Trump, or if Donald Trump ever had a news conference, they actually bumped up Mark Carney's numbers. Where does Donald Trump fit into this budget? Is that an issue that Canadians will be looking for, do you think?
I do think so. He's still one of the big issues when asked directly, what is an issue facing the country? I do think that the specter of Donald Trump is hanging around all the other issues. We did see polling that was done by Ipsos asking what was behind the cost of living increases. One of them was inflation. One of them was the government spending. But another one was Donald Trump and the tariffs. So if people are feeling the crunch from inflation and cost of living, some of the blame does go south of the border to Donald Trump. So I do think that while it isn't the top issue in the same way, the emotional issue that it was in the federal election campaign in March and April, I do think it is still there. It is something that we can't avoid. It is something we can't ignore. It's in the news every day, Donald Trump and what he's doing in the country, what he's doing in terms of our relationships with them. So I think it does need to address that. But if it is just about Donald Trump, I don't think it has as much of a resonance as it did back in April.
Okay, so we will keep an eye out as to how they message this budget, the arguments they make around it. Eric, we'll speak again. Thank you for this. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Michael.
That's Eric Renier.
All right.
Lindsay Halligan reportedly spent some...
Thank you. Bye, Chris. Have a great rest of your day. I hope you're well. All right, we are very close. Have 3 minutes. Oh, I think for the next couple of minutes, let's all just remember that this is one moment in time. You know, we've seen budgets. Some of us have seen a lot of budgets. And we're all going to do this together. And really, if there is an election, then we just have to work really, or not work, we have to cross our fingers that it's not going to be held until after the NDP, which it won't. It'll be Christmas. But that's all we got to do. We got to hold out till January so that we can not have the NDP, we're all NDP where they are at right now. We're all in this together. Ba-dum-bum-bum. I'm gonna get demonetized for singing today. Thanks, guys, for joining me today, by the way. You've got a nice little crowd of people here today. I appreciate it. Especially, you know, haven't been around much. I'm excited to do more of this kind of stuff. What I will mention while we're all sort of sitting here is I'm hoping to do more of the... Thanks, Chris. Hoping to do more provincial parliament stuff. Just because I think it's a lot of stuff that most of us haven't watched or seen before. I just think it would be interesting to do a series on that. Also, for those that don't know, Twitch doesn't think that you're a human unless you put, it could be anything. It could be an emoji, it could be a number, it could be a smiley face in the chat. Otherwise, Twitch thinks you're just something in the ether. Yeah, I imagine they'd abstain. They have no chance of even winning. Like, they have nothing. They got nothing if the election happens at Christmas. Yeah. If anything, they'll be pushed further back. You're definitely not a bot. Thanks, Dankflabbit. And if you don't want Twitch to think you're a human, taking a sip of my tea. Thanks, Saltators. I'm so glad to have my voice back, y'all. Not gonna lie, those couple of lives where I'm like going like this, it's not fun. Hi, Ayla. Welcome in. You are just in time. Question period starts in 45 seconds. How are you, friend? Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. 19. Yeah, I don't have any sort of like insight into actually how they keep track of that or don't keep track of that or whatever. I'm not a human, I'm Connor, the android sent by CyberLife. Oh no! We're doomed! Morgan, if you're still here, do you remember someone sent in the mod stuff, someone sent a schedule of today? Know where that went? Or any of the other mods that are in here? Thank you, friend. Come on. Government's gotta be on time. Here we go. Only pausing it so that we can... Will block members just not show up? I don't know. It's entirely possible. I have no idea what to expect out of today. People have been pretty tight-lipped.
Milestone for one of Prince Edward Island's most dedicated service clubs. Since 1954, the Surrey Lions have showed dedication.
Okay, the fact that there's this much noise during the statements by members, just warning y'all, this is going to be frustrating to watch, not just because of the budget, but because of how childish these people are.
And community pride. From supporting local families, improving accessibility, to organizing blood donor clinics and youth programs, their impact can be felt right across the riding. Each Christmas, the Lions lead their Hallmark initiative, the Christmas Box program, led by Lion Peter Bortine, with support from daycares, schools, senior clubs, Girl Guides, and countless community donors.
Oh, it's everybody.
Over 130 families receive boxes filled with all affections for a turkey dinner, including gifts for the children. Under the leadership of President Ari Hogenberg, Secretary Alan Campbell, Treasurer Brian Dingle, and with special recognition to Elwood Ching for over 50 years of service, their motto, "We serve," is a way of life for this club. To every member, past and present, thank you for 70 years of community service.
The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to invite all members to a luncheon tomorrow.
Darnell Fear said. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Morgan.
131 Queen Street to mark the 11 years since the royal ascent of PASEPA, the Protection of Community and Exploited Persons Act.
Sorry, everyone.
This lunch will be hosted by Andrea and Kathy, longtime anti-exploitation advocates. Through PASEPA, Canada's Parliament recognized that prostitution is a form of sexual exploitation. And
that is not what I meant to do. Although I did mean to close. Oh, I can't stand that man. I'm sorry, guys.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today
It's
to
hard to
denounce
listen to as it is, but.
It is.
Do we really? Oh no, this is not. Sorry. Sorry.
to death based for whatever we lost bearing the words woman
happening right now. Oh no, you came back to QP. Yeah. Can't I find
of similar cases this year alone in Iran.
What is happening?
Who continue to suffer under the brutality of this mullah regime.
Even though none of the previous parliament
this is not it either. What is happening, y'all?
À la torture et les personnes en Iran, ce n'est pas silencieux. Monsieur l'exploitation sexuelle a affirmé que l'anniversaire de la sanction royale de la loi sur la protection des communautés et des personnes exploitées. Le dîner organisé par Andrea Hines et Katie King, militants de longue date contre l'exploitation. Par le biais de cette loi, le Parlement a reconnu la prostitution comme une forme d'exploitation sexuelle et a affirmé que personne ne devrait jamais être acheté, vendu ou exploité à des fins sexuelles. Andrew et Cathy sont également présents pour remettre un exemplaire de leur livre « Quand les hommes achètent du sexe, qui paie vraiment ?» à chaque parlementaire. Ce livre donne la parole aux survivants. Andrew et Cathy sont également rejoints cette semaine par le Conseil national des femmes du Canada, Cease Trafficking, Persons Against Non-State Torture, Empowerment et Men Ending Trafficking. Ensemble, tous ces groupes s'unissent pour dire « Nous ne devons pas fermer les yeux sur l'exploitation et nous ne resterons pas silencieux ». Monsieur le Président, je tiens à remercier Andrew et Cathy pour leur travail acharné. L'honorable député de Humber River, Black Creek. Monsieur le Président, je prends la parole aujourd'hui pour dénoncer le cas bouleversant de Madame Zara Shabazz Tabari.
I found it. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. Every time I clicked on question period, it was like, you mean Senate?
Voices of survivors. Andrea and Kathy are also joined this week by the National Council of Women in Canada, Cease Trafficking Canada, Persons Against Non-State Torture, Bridge North, Empower Men, and Men Ending Trafficking. Together, all of these groups are saying that we should not turn away from exploitation. They will not remain silent, and neither will we. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Andrea and Kathy for their relentless work to end sexual.
Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to denounce the heartbreaking case of Ms. Zara Shabazz Tahiri, a 67-year-old Iranian electrical engineer and human rights advocate who has been sentenced to death by the Iranian regime. Her so-called trial lasted 10 minutes and was conducted via video conference. She was prohibited from retaining a lawyer and sentenced to death based on ridiculous evidence, a piece of cloth bearing the words "Woman, Resistance, Freedom," and an unpublished voice message. This is not justice. It is a cruel and calculated act of repression by a regime that continues to persecute its own people, especially women, for daring to speak out. Hers is just one of a multitude of similar cases this year alone in Iran. We stand in solidarity with all of the Iranian community who continue to suffer under the brutality of this mullah regime. And
yes, let's be clear. This is question period. The budget will not be presented until 3:40 EDT. So
call for freedom
it
and
won't be
democracy.
for a couple hours yet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
A good government has a moral and legal duty to safeguard children from all harms. The Supreme Court of Canada has failed to uphold that duty. Its decision to strike down a 1-year mandatory minimum sentence for child sex abuse material offences is sickening. Let's examine how the scales of justice balanced out in this case. On one side of the equation, 2 individuals made conscious decisions to contribute to and benefit from the torment and torture of hundreds of children. Instead of receiving a punishment that fits their crimes, they may very well walk free after less than a year in prison. On the other side, their innocent child victims are burdened for life with the scars of violent sexual abuse. They will never recover. Silence from this government says they care more about the charter rights of perverts and pedophiles than those of precious children. A Conservative government will use the notwithstanding clause to overturn the Supreme Court's ruling. We will fight for the strongest laws against child exploitation. Speaker, our children deserve nothing less.
Yeah, it really is.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to draw your attention to a beacon of science located in the heart of my riding of Beauport-Limoilou, the Vitam Research Center.
I'm going to go live because they're definitely behind.
A budget that makes life affordable again, one that eliminates hidden taxes on food, work, home building, investments, and gets our deficit under control. Enough with the empty words, enough with the broken promises. It's time to strengthen Canada. It's time to make life affordable for all.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, every year, on November 11th, we have a duty to remember. For those who served in the military, for those who made the ultimate sacrifice in conflicts in which this country has participated over the decades. This year's a very special one for me. I've been offered the honorary presidency of the Drummondville Legion 51 Poppy campaign. I accepted with pride, Mr. Speaker, because, as the member for Drummond, I'm well placed to understand the extent to which our veterans need the support of their Legion. I accepted because I believe that we collectively owe them recognition and respect for their service. Poppies are everywhere up until November 11th, in grocery stores, shopping malls, in all kinds of stores, and they cost very little for what they bring. A small donation at your discretion according to your means, nothing more. But of all, Mr. Speaker, the poppy is worn close to the heart, because that is where we cherish the memory of the thousands of men and women who have stood as a bulwark to defend our values and our democracy.
The Honourable Member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, on this historic day, I rise to recognize the life and work of the late Andrew Moore, who served 18 years as the CEO of EQ Bank and was a longtime resident of Toronto St. Paul's, who we lost suddenly this summer. Our thoughts are with his wife Megs and his 3 children, Dan, Kat, and Sarah. Andrew was a true Canadian pioneer, driven by an unwavering belief that banks should, above all else, serve their clients and serve Canadians. He was an innovator that advocated for greater competition in the financial industry to give Canadians more options and more control over their finances. At this moment of profound economic disruption and opportunity, let us follow the example Andrew set, that Canadian innovation, Canadian ingenuity can help us navigate this moment and create a stronger and more resilient economy for all Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. John, St. Croix.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals measure success by how many tax dollars are spent. They say the number in today's budget is what matters. Yet Canadians know why more debt financing is being offered. Liberal policies have failed to build, empower, or protect our country. Conservatives are calling for an affordable budget for affordable lives. We want affordable lives for the 1 in 5 Canadian.
What is that pin?
Food bank users who work hard but cannot afford to feed themselves. We want affordable lives for seniors who are being crushed by higher prices because of the industrial carbon tax and the food packaging tax. We want affordable lives for the parents who are forced to spend
looks like an
$800
Israel-Ukraine
more
pin.
this year on food compared to
That's
last
what I
year.
thought too. That's
The Prime Minister said, judge him by the price at the grocery store. Canadians have judged. They want no more of the same. They want change, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mont-Verdun. Mr. Speaker, with municipal elections having taken place across Quebec, and even if the results aren't official yet, I would like to warmly congratulate the new mayor of Montreal, Soraya Martinez-Ferrada, and all the new mayors and elected officials in La Salle-et-Mont-Verdun and the Southwest.
With all of you for La Salle-et-Mont-Verdun's benefit, je veux aussi...
I would also like to thank all of the candidates who ran for office. Our democracy is based on a diversity of choices and on ideas that guide our various levels of government. Our fellow citizens are fortunate to be able to count on such dedicated and courageous people to represent them.
Oh, never.
Voters who participated, thank you. Our democracy thrives when we all engage. Know that I'm looking forward to working with our newly elected municipal representative. Thank you, Mr.
Shouldn't
Speaker.
have to feel like they're yelling like that just to speak statements by members.
The system hit absolute rock bottom this past Friday when the Supreme Court ruled that there will be no mandatory minimums for monsters who access and possess child sexual abuse content. This comes after 10 years of soft on crime liberal policies. Let me be clear. We're talking about two monsters that were in possession of hundreds of images and videos that were made by torturing innocent children. Conservatives immediately announced that we would use the notwithstanding clause to overturn this very dangerous ruling. Monsters that possess child sexual abuse content are not victims. They are criminals. We should lock them up and throw away the key. As a father and a parent, I find this disgusting. The innocence of our children should be protected at all costs. If we cannot protect our children, my fellow members, then who are we? The Prime Minister has remained silent on this issue, and Canadians want to know why.
Celtic, I will tell you this. BP has not changed.
Member for Terrebonne.
At all. It's gotten louder.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to highlight a program that is transforming the lives of our children, the National School Food Program. Every day, this program provides thousands of students in my riding and across the country with a healthy, free, nutritious meal. It's not just a social measure. It's a real investment in academic success, in public health, and in equal opportunity. It's an investment in the future of our young people, because young people with full stomachs can succeed. I am very proud of this program.
If they support protecting children's and children at all, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing in Alberta.
I'd like to commend the exceptional work of the schools, community organizations, and volunteers who make this program possible. Organizations like the Breakfast Club
absolutely do not need the notwithstanding
which works across Quebec. Thanks to their commitment,
yeah,
we
he
are
does look like
collectively
Justin
affirming
Trudeau,
that
like a
eating
baby
well at
Justin
school
Trudeau.
is
You're
a
right.
right and not a privilege. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Canadians want an affordable budget and an affordable life, not a Prime Minister who profits in secret while people line up at food banks in record numbers. $6.5 billion. That's how much experts say that the Prime Minister's former company Brookfield sheltered in tax havens over the last 5 years offshore. The Prime Minister helped set up 3 multi-billion-dollar investment funds in Bermuda and the Cayman Islands. Funds he stands to benefit directly from through bonus pay. Canadians deserve to know that their Prime Minister is making decisions in the public interest, not his own financial interest. Liberals can keep protecting their boss. Conservatives will stand with taxpayers. We'll expose the abuse. We will defend hardworking Canadians. And we will hold the Prime Minister accountable for putting his profit ahead of their lives.
I really want to know about that Israeli-Ukraine pin. That's such a bizarre combination of
This week, we are honored to welcome members of Burnaby Firefighters, Local 3232 Ottawa, the brave women and men on the front line of public safety. Bienvenue à Ottawa. I remember visiting fire station.
Okay, this is what that pin means, apparently. The Ukrainian-Israel friendship pin blends the sky blue and gold of the Ukrainian flag with the bold blue and white of Israel. This pin honors the deep bond between the two nations that understand the struggle for independence, security, and a better future. The tribute to shared values, cultural strength, and unwavering solidarity. What? Yeah, that is bizarre. Anyway.
Station 8 in Burnaby, a modern, purpose-built facility where our firefighters have the best tools to return home safely after every call. Day after day, they face danger with courage and compassion, often at great personal risk. Beyond emergencies, they are pillars of our community, supporting families in need and volunteering for local charities. I want to recognize President Doug Petit for his years of service and for leading by example through every challenge. On behalf of the people of Burnaby Central, I honor these women and men whose courage turn fear into hope and duty into commitment. Mr. Speaker, let's stand together and applaud our true heroes, and let's make sure they are well protected by the law of our country.
No, it's supposed to just represent the fact that they both struggle to...
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Oh, sheer. Oh, no.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar this Liberal government spends comes out of the pockets of hardworking Canadians in either inflation or tax hikes. And today we'll find out just how many dollars this government is going to take out of the pockets of Canadians. There is going to be one difference today. After today, every tax rate, every piece of red tape, every rule, regulation, and every bit of wasteful spending will be exactly how this Prime Minister wants it. Conservatives have been clear. We will not support a costly budget that makes life more expensive for Canadians. So instead of asking Canadians to pay more for a big bloated bureaucracy, why not bring in an affordable budget that lowers prices for everyone?
Sorry, y'all. I'm going to be a little grumpy. Oh, I know what you're talking about, Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then it's a great day for the official opposition because we are going to have an affordable budget. We are going to have an historic budget that creates opportunity for young people and Canadians from coast to coast to coast, building this country, making sure that government works for people, invests in their communities. And Mr. Speaker, we look forward to having the Conservatives support this great budget.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
That would be an 11th hour change because this government has been telling young Canadians that they're going to have to sacrifice more so that government gets bigger and bigger. They even try to deny that their hidden taxes on food makes life more expensive. They call those hidden taxes imaginary. Let me tell you, the farmer that has to pay the industrial carbon tax on his new equipment or on the fertilizer he buys has to pass those costs on to Canadians, and food prices go up as a result. He doesn't have the option to not pay the industrial carbon tax on farm equipment and fertilizer. So a concrete measure to help bring prices down would be to scrap the industrial carbon tax. Will they do that today?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Here we go again, Mr. Speaker, with these imaginary taxes. There is no tax on food. There will never be a tax on groceries. And great news for the opposition, today's budget won't have any of these imaginary taxes in them either. What this budget will have are historic investments in young people, in building this country, in building communities, and in making this country stronger, Mr. Speaker.
I know, Anya, that's why I want
farmers can call up CRA and say that the carbon tax on farm equipment and fertilizer is just imaginary, or maybe they can write imaginary checks to pay for them, Mr. Speaker. But it's not just the industrial carbon tax that's driving up food prices, it's also the Liberal fuel standard. When truckers take the food from farms to factories to grocery stores, they can't tell Revenue Canada that those taxes are imaginary.
All together. Sets the fuel prices.
Have to pay that extra 17 cents a litre. So again, to help bring prices down for working Canadians, why not scrap the fuel standards that are driving up food costs?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, this is more about the talk of imaginary taxes coming from the other side. But you know what? If you want to talk about
clean fuel regulations. You don't even have to just take my word for it that it's not a tax. You can check the Canola Digest because they point out this provides opportunities for farmers. When we're talking about biofuels, this is an important place. It's an opportunity for canola farmers.
Thanks for keeping that PG, Helios.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Yeah, imagine Guernsey.
Mr. Speaker, in less than 2 hours, the budgets will table their 10th
It's the British interpreter.
deficit. In 2015, they were elected by saying 3 small deficits and no more deficits after 2019. But the reality was that the debt has doubled under the Liberals. The cost of housing has doubled under the Liberals. And the Prime Minister
For those who
told
never
young
watched
people,
QP with
you'll
this
have to
group before, this is
sacrifice
our
even
favorite
more.
interpreter.
Mr. Speaker, instead of asking young people to sacrifice their future, instead of having an expensive election, why not have an affordable budget for an affordable life for Canadians? The Honourable Leader of the government in the House, the member across the way, will have a great day today because, yes, we'll have an affordable budget that protects the most vulnerable, that invests in our youth, that invests in our world, that invests in communities from coast to coast to coast. A budget that will create opportunities, that will build our country, to build the strongest G7 economy. So I would like to ask the member to support us today. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Mr. Speaker, all Canadians want a budget that will protect their cost of living.
Oh, I know.
People are hurting with regards to food. Inflation has doubled the price of some food. 2.5 million Canadians have to go to food banks.
How much, sir, are you being paid?
The Prime Minister was
I am
voted
too, Helios.
by saying he would be
Very good
judged on the
voice to
cost of
listen
food.
to.
And after 10
And
years
it's nice
of
we don't
Liberal
hear the
government,
heckling
Sylvain
or the
Charlebois, professor,
brouhaha.
says that if we have a look at the G7, we are currently the only G7 country that has had 4 consecutive months of
He is
food
not impressed.
price increases. Well, the Canadians finally have an affordable budget. The Honourable Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our affordable budget will have historic investments that will strengthen Canada. It will strengthen families and Canadians
no,
from coast to
someone
coast to
needs to
coast.
just, like,
These
fix that
investments
piece of
will allow
hair
us
for
to
her.
create jobs and careers for young people.
Come on, be a woman's woman when she sits
It will
down
allow
and
us to
fix her
build
hair.
more affordable housing for young Canadians, and it will allow us to protect support measures that help families.
Not that it matters. Still a wonderful
Our
human.
government will table a budget that will build, that will protect, and that will strengthen Canada. And I cannot wait for the members across the way to vote for it. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Mr. Speaker, we've had a proposal tabled for months that will reduce the cost of food, and that's abolishing the industrial carbon tax. Mr.
It
Speaker,
really is on
food
you.
doesn't just grow on trees. It has to be harvested from the trees. It has to be processed.
Oh my
Thereafter,
goodness.
it also has to be packaged and sent to stores, and that is where the industrial carbon tax kicks in. Mr. Charlebois, the same
you
professor
just
that I
narrate
mentioned
the whole
before,
thing? I
said
wish.
yesterday before Parliament,
They used to speak
Parliamentary
French.
Committee, saying that
For the whole
the
question
costs
period.
have gone up. The
Well, I guess
difference
they
between
take
us and the
breaks.
States have gone up because we have an industrial carbon tax and they don't.
Shut up about the carbon tax. My goodness.
End of intervention. Inaudible for the interpreter.
Mm-hmm.
The Honourable Minister
Did
for
you hear
the
that?
Environment.
But they actually could not hear. The interpreter couldn't hear what the MP was saying. That's how loud it is in there right now.
There are always people that talk about imaginary taxes, and they continue to talk about imaginary taxes, but let's get back down to earth. We've tabled a responsible budget that will tackle affordability, that will help Canadians because we support Canadians. We are ready to work hard for Canadians to build a strong future, and I hope that the Conservatives will
Grow up.
support our budget to do that as well. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean.
My teacher voice is
The
coming out,
Speaker, the
y'all.
Liberals have announced that they are scrapping their plan to plant 2 billion trees. This proves once again that they haven't understood a thing. If everyone was laughing at them for this programme, it wasn't because the programme was bad and it needed to be cancelled. It was because the Liberals were incapable of planting the damn trees in the first place. Everyone was laughing at them because year after year they missed their target. Today we learned that they are abandoning the programme. Instead of correcting their incompetence, they simply just to give up. Is that really the Liberal approach?
Well said. I like her. She's had some good...
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, our budget today will seize a generational opportunity to transform our economy through ambitious investments, rigorous discipline, ensuring every dollar goes to help build the strongest economy in the G7, and we look forward to sharing that with the member opposite.
That was not an answer.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean.
No, I don't believe anyone has seen the budget
I don't think
yet.
he was answering
They're
from the right
probably
sheet, Mr.
doing
Speaker. The Liberals are cutting their $2 billion tree planting programme. That's what we're talking about. Just as they've cut carbon pricing, just as they are allowing their own environmental assessments to be circumvented through Bill C5.
He doesn't.
All the environmental measures put in place under Justin Trudeau, as meagre and insufficient as they were, are being abandoned one by one.
Because you'll notice Carney is not in, and I believe the finance minister is also not in.
After setback after setback.
I could be wrong,
you were watching
but
the
I think that's
Conservatives
probably what's
play,
happening.
Mr. Speaker.
Because they will be presenting the budget.
So the question arises, do the Liberals actually believe in climate change?
About an hour after question period. Yeah,
the honourable leader of the government in the House. My esteemed colleague across the way will have to wait for the budget, but what I can confirm now is that we will continue to ensure that Canada is a key player against climate change. Instead of
can you imagine?
Providing setbacks, we'll continue to progress
We'll just do a repeat of last fall.
I hope that the member doesn't want us to stop projects in Quebec, but Mr. Speaker, what I can confirm is that we will invest in our youth, invest in our regions, and invest for our country's progress. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker,
someone knows how to wear a suit that
the Liberals are announcing the abandonment of their strategy to plant 2 billion trees today. But it's symbolic to abandon the only green measure remaining from the Trudeau era. It's ironic that it's happening on a day of a budget that is dangerous for the environment. The budget will detail the federal government's new strategy called climate competitiveness. If this means cutting carbon pricing, cutting electric vehicle quotas, cutting tree planting and encouraging the expansion of oil and gas, should we just rename it climate capitulation? The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Mr. Speaker, the member across the way should know full well, because we've talked about it many times, that our government will continue to fight against climate change. Not only that, we will continue to build a strong Canada. Because that's what Canadians want. They want to see that we have significant projects
so that they are heard.
That means good jobs for the youth.
That
means a strong country, and we will continue to do so. And I really hope that they will be supportive of our budget.
Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Vito Lakes.
Like, what are you doing,
Every dollar this Liberal government spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians through higher taxes and higher inflation.
Wow, that is
today at 4 o'clock, we're going to find out just how much more they're going to take out of the pockets of Canadians. And Canadians could be paying $300 to $400 more in grocery costs because of their food packaging tax. And Canadians are looking for an affordable budget for an affordable life. So will the Prime Minister instead scrap his food packaging tax instead of trying to engineer a costly election with his costly budget?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an historic day for our country. Today, our government will table a generational disciplined budget. We will transform our economy from reliance to resilience and build our economy in the strongest in the G7. We will spend less on government operation and invest more in capital projects and build our economy into the strongest economy in the G7. I hope the party opposite cuts the rhetoric and will support us and vote for our budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Vito Lakes.
We've heard this same tune from these Liberals before, and the result, 2.2 million
They're just trying to find
Canadians
more things.
visiting food banks. Their industrial carbon tax is another example of driving up costs for everyday Canadians. They're paying more and they're getting less.
We want to know why they continue with these taxes, like their food packaging tax, that even Deloitte, we know they love consultants, and Deloitte is saying that it's raising the price of produce by 30%. So will the Prime Minister, while he's still got a chance, commit, instead of having a costly election, to having an affordable budget for affordable lives for Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, there is no food packaging tax. The party opposite is obsessed with imaginary taxes. Let's talk affordability, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about cutting taxes for 22 million Canadians. No comments on that. Let's talk about cutting the tax for first-time homebuyers. No comments on that. Let's talk about cutting the consumer carbon tax. No comments on that, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we are focused
Yeah, so it's an actual thing on the Conservative
Canadians
website.
made a choice the last election. They chose our side. They chose our Prime Minister. They rejected that leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar the Liberal spends, we know, comes from the pockets of Canadians, which drives up taxes and inflation. Now they're making it worse with their hidden food taxes. For example, the Liberal packaging plastic ban will add $5.6 billion to food prices because, of course, it forces producers to use more costly packaging that doesn't preserve food as well, which, of course, means shorter shelf lives, more waste, and higher food prices. So will the Prime Minister stop trying to engineer this costly election with his costly budget and instead scrap this $5.6 billion hidden food tax, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have said, there is no tax. It's an imaginary tax. There is no tax on food packaging.
Yeah, exactly.
For Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the
Control
experts
F
are
costly
telling
to
us
this
that these food
PP.
packaging
Yeah,
taxes will
seriously.
add $5.6 billion, and that's just one of them. They're
Yeah,
also
Celtic, they're
forcing the
saying
food industry
that
to
the
redesign
Liberals are going to
food
put out a
labels of
budget
all
that
things,
nobody
which
can
will add an
agree with in
additional
order
$8
to
billion
trigger an
to the cost
election.
of food.
Oh no,
Canadians
Lucky, it
are
absolutely
asking
doesn't
the
mean it's a
Liberals to
thing.
redesign food labels, Mr. Speaker. They're asking for more affordable food. So will they scrap this hidden food tax and save Canadians some money?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there is no food packaging tax. There is no food labeling tax. There is no tax on groceries. These are imaginary taxes, and repeating these same lines.
The carbon
is not
tax
going
stole
to
your
make them real.
girlfriend.
Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar the Liberals spend comes straight out of the pockets of Canadians through higher taxes and the skyrocketing cost of living. The Liberals can gaslight and call fuel regulations
We elected
tax
people to be in
imaginary
this
all they
room to
want, but
argue
my
with each
neighbors
other
in
about
Oshawa
imaginary taxes.
will feel the hit up to 17 cents per litre more for
Stole your
gas.
lunch pipe.
Will the Prime Minister stop trying to engineer a costly election with a costly budget and finally scrap the fuel regulations tax?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to stand up for Canadians every single day. We're going to invest in their futures. We're going to invest in the jobs that Canadians are talking about they want to take up. Mr. Speaker, this is a time when Canadians have pulled together to build Canada strong, and that's exactly what our budget's going to do. We're going to make sure the tools are there for every Canadian who is protecting this country. I hope these guys get on board.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. When the Liberal government spends a dollar comes out of the pocket of a Canadian because of higher taxes and
we're just going to ignore the words. We're just going to listen to this guy's voice.
has reached a peak. They are hiding taxes on the backs of families who are struggling to feed themselves. Yes, it is a hidden tax when they pass a $5.2 billion bill to Canadians by changing food packaging rules. Instead of tabling a costly budget this afternoon, will the Prime Minister abolish the packaging tax and give $5 billion back to families in an affordable budget for an affordable life? The Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians know that there is no packaging tax. There's no tax as is described by the member. There's no tax on groceries. These are imaginary taxes that the Conservatives are dreaming up. They do not exist. Canadians already know this. The Conservatives should probably know this as well. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. There's nothing imaginary when mothers simply do not have the money to pay for milk, cheese, meat, everything they need to feed their children properly. For example, Mr. Speaker, the industrial carbon tax will cost them up to $1,000 in very real money every single year. Whilst they're wondering how they're going to pay for their groceries, the Prime Minister is trying to provoke a costly election with a costly budget. Why not think about families for once and simply cancel the industrial carbon tax instead? Because life is just becoming less and less affordable. The Honourable Minister for Industry. Mr. Speaker, it's not because my colleague keeps asking the same question that he should get a different answer. My point
I know, a race
is that
Atlantic.
he is
They know what
dropping
trigger words
taxes, but he's also not referring to the fact that we have reduced taxes for the middle class, for example. In the next budget that will be tabled this afternoon before this House, we'll protect our jobs, we'll protect our economy, we'll protect our communities. We'll also be here to build our country, build our economy with great projects, major defence investments.
Yeah,
our budget will also
tempting.
be here to help
This
Canadians.
is a lot.
The Honourable Member for Sentius and Begot-Acton. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister returns for
that
a
is a
mission to
tie.
Asia, let's remember that China trades heavily in products made with forced labour,
Also fix your
including child labour. Canada's economic diversification must never be achieved at the expense of slavery and human rights abuses. The Bloc Québécois has tabled Bill C-251 to prevent any importation from regions suspected of using modern slavery unless the seller can prove that they do not profit from forced labour or child labour.
Yeah.
Will the government support our bill?
Yeah. People are
The
not even paying
Honourable
attention anymore.
Minister for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I would
Yeah,
like
it's
to
our
thank
man
my
in the
honourable
booth. We
colleague for
love
that
him.
question. Our government does not support forced labour at all. We will continue to defend human rights throughout the world, especially through multilateral organisations. At the same time, we will continue to invest in our economy and have bilateral relations when it is necessary for our country throughout the world. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Chinese regime is guilty of genocide against the Uyghur and Turkic peoples in the Xinjiang. This genocide includes forced labour and child labour, whose blood and sweat are found in products such as cotton. This genocide has been recognised by this very House, but has not stopped the Prime Minister from courting China. The Bloc Québécois bill is simple. It mirrors what the United States is already doing to ban the import of products made with forced labour.
Yeah, they are sticking to French. I mean, the Bloc
question is
Québécois
simple.
has had a lot more questions.
Will they support the
this
Bloc Québécois
particular,
bill, yes or
QP,
no?
But yeah. Because that's what, 4 or 5 questions from the
Unfortunately, I
Québécois?
can't bring this to a vote, but I will hand it over to the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, Canada is incredibly preoccupied by the treatment of the Uyghur in China. The report was one essential step
I know, Helios Caster, I
that
agree.
raised very alarming factors of what's happening there. China still has not acted in a significant way to respond. Canada will continue to work with its
that mean?
partners,
They have not
its
acted
international
in a
partners,
significant way to respond?
to resolve this situation. Canada is here for human rights every single day through international organisations. That is a priority for us.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Young Canadians are asking a simple question. What is left for me to sacrifice after a decade of failed Liberal policies? They're saying, I can't find a job, I'm delaying starting a family, I can't buy a home, I am living in my parents' basement. What is left to sacrifice, Prime Minister? And what is the Liberal government's response? We're going to mortgage your future with more generational debt. Will the Prime Minister stop breaking his promises, rein in his reckless spending, and finally deliver an affordable budget that gives young Canadians a fighting chance at an affordable life?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Children and Youth.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, today's budget will deliver historic investments to build Canada strong. This means strong families and strong communities from coast to coast to coast. Investments that will create good quality jobs and careers for young Canadians, that will build infrastructure, that will put more affordable homes within reach for young Canadians, and protect the supports that help families to get ahead. Your new government is putting forward a budget to build, protect, and empower Canadians and Canada, and I hope the members opposite will join us and support the budget.
Honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
They have been saying those same words for over a decade, but life has only gotten harder. They call it an investment, but it's not. It is a mortgage on our youth's future. A 19-year-old girl from Halifax was on national news saying she can't afford groceries, she can't find work. That is the reality behind their so-called investments. Youth unemployment is at 15%, not because young people have given up, but because this Liberal government has given up on them. So will the Prime Minister stop asking young Canadians to sacrifice even more and deliver an affordable budget for an affordable life?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, to the member opposite, this government is taking action to make life more affordable for young Canadians. We are delivering on housing. You look across the country right now, average rents are down, mortgage rates are down, home prices are going down. That's benefiting young Canadians, and we're not stopping there, Mr. Speaker. We are doubling up on housing for young Canadians, making sure the first-time home buyers tax benefits up to $50,000, and we're going to deliver with Build Canada Homes, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
This Liberal Prime Minister told young Canadians that they must make some sacrifices. Well, they've already had to sacrifice good-paying jobs and the dream of home ownership, and they've already paid the price as food costs keep going up. A Liberal inflationary deficits throw fuel on the fire.
Yeah.
A 19-year-old girl from Halifax said it best on national news. Quote, food insecurity is not good. Finding a job is even harder. Youth unemployment is now approaching 15%, the highest rate since 2010, coming out of the Great Recession. Will the Liberals stop asking young Canadians to make more sacrifices, finally keep their promises, so young Canadians can have an affordable budget for an affordable home?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
I've traveled across this country. I've met with union leaders. I've met with workers, and they're excited about our plan to build big and build bold, build infrastructure project, build Canada Homes, because of the opportunities it creates.
Hey,
opportunities to bring in high school students, opportunities to bring in apprentices, opportunities to invest in the next generation of skilled workers. Mr. Speaker,
he's probably just sitting here going, and everyone thought I was bad.
Budget for an affordable life. They have the opportunity to vote for one today. Will they join us?
Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing generational with Liberal deficits is the debt that the next generation must pay. Liberal inflationary deficits are driving up the cost of everything. Young Canadians can't find jobs, they can't afford homes, and they can't even afford food. 25% of Canadians face food insecurity. They're sacrificing by cutting back on nutritious food. It's gone so bad that recipes for poverty potlucks and struggle meals, like those using Hamburger Helper and instant ramen, are now trending on social media.
I'm sorry. What? Poverty potlucks? You mean like getting together and sharing food with each other?
When will the Liberals finally stop breaking their promises, get spending under control, and deliver what young Canadians actually need? An affordable budget for an affordable...
Secretary of State.
Also, how much help is
Again, those words, we keep hearing those words from the Conservatives, but the reality of the situation is that every time there's an opportunity to vote
He's done it more than once.
Measures that help Canadians, they vote against it. They vote against no to dental care. They vote against no to the National School Food Program, which they call garbage, Mr. Speaker. They said no to the increase of Canada Child Benefit. No to a tax cut that helps 22 million Canadians. While they keep saying no, our government is investing to help families. Yes, to lowering costs for Canadians. Yes, to building a stronger future for Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, today they'll get another chance to vote for a budget that is affordable for Canadians. Will they join us?
The Honourable Member for Terranova, the Peninsula.
Mr. Speaker, food insecurity is not good, and finding a job is even harder. Those are the words of a 19-year-old from Atlantic, Canada. Youth employment is skyrocketing, nearly 15%. And this Prime Minister told Canadians they needed to make more sacrifices, but they have already sacrificed enough. Young people are having to sacrifice working in their hometown because they have to go away for work. This means that our kids will be fast sacrificing dinners with grandma. When will these Liberals get over their overspending, get spending under control so that the Canadians can have an affordable life and not get stuck with the bill?
The Honourable Minister.
Great accent,
Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud to be able to stand today in reference to the opposition member from Newfoundland and Labrador and talk about the measures that we are putting in place for young workers to train in construction, welders, the work that we need to build Canada strong, happening in our province. I was so proud to make that announcement last week. That's just one of the many measures, not to mention the programs for children and families. I really hope this member votes for the budget.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Is shifting.
I was gonna say, are you
Canada
serious?
responds to meet this unprecedented moment. Global trade is in disarray, tariffs reshaping markets, and our
Tell us how
largest
great we
trading
are.
partner increasingly
How
unreliable.
great are we?
Budget
Driving up the price of groceries.
Gonna
And I want to
skip
quote Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, who said wholesale food prices have increased, and one of the factors driving this is the carbon tax. And so we're very concerned, and we expect food inflation to be a problem moving forward. So will the Prime Minister stop his inflationary budget
Lucky.
and scrap
Welcome
his
back,
taxes
friend.
on food
How was the
so
sunshine?
Canadians can afford...
Probably having a much better time than we are.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, once again, there is no tax on plastic.
When is the last time
packaging.
the NDP won a
They
federal
can
seat in the
say it
Maritimes?
if they want, but it doesn't make it true. But you know what is true? We are going to be tabling a budget today. It's going to support Canadians. It's an important, big moment for our country as we build our country and we build it well. I hope that the Conservatives will support us.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Well, imaginary things like Deloitte and Dr. Sylvain Charlebois have already confirmed what Canadians know. These are not imaginary taxes. They are struggling to pay these taxes every single day at the grocery store.
Hang
the
on to
food
that
professor said as a result of the industrial carbon tax
on another
and
day
taxes
we
on
can
food
take a
packaging,
deeper look
Canada
into
is
it.
the only G7 country where food inflation has increased
Ooh,
for
look at this
4
text,
straight
bro. Look at
months.
it.
And it's only going to get worse, which is scary when we have 2.2 million Canadians forced to use a food bank. Will the Prime Minister scrap his taxes on food so Canadians can afford to feed themselves?
If we really care, we support food banks.
Mr. Speaker, once again, these are imaginary taxes. They do not exist. There is no tax on food packaging.
Her outfit.
He can cite all
Fantastic.
of the imaginary
I
people
love
that he
seeing
wants to
color.
cite. There are no taxes on
Oh, I
food
know.
packaging.
Can you imagine
And good
it'd be
news,
like a debate
this
where they had
budget
people in the
won't
middle
include
going,
any either.
I'm sorry, but
The Honourable Member for
there's
Oxford.
no source for that. Or that you
Every
have
dollar
to
this Liberal government spends comes straight
What's
from
the
the
word?
pockets of
Fact
hardworking
check.
Canadians. More government deficits mean higher taxes and more inflation, jacking up the cost of living already. Canadians are struggling. Nicole,
Yeah,
a
there it
single
is. You
mom
found it.
from Oxford, works 2 jobs, 70 hours a week, barely sees her kids,
Only
and
got 10 minutes
still
left.
can't make ends meet. These stories from like Nicole and
Ooh,
others
good
are
question,
now becoming
Guernsey.
the norm thanks to Liberal deficits. So instead of trying to cause a costly election on their costly budget, why won't they table
Costly
an
is
affordable
gonna
budget
be
for an affordable life?
up there, I think.
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
You got it.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
I wanna
look at
highlight
her.
today that opposition can offer Nicole and those single parent households the support of a future that is based in today's budget.
Those earrings
that will
are
be
great.
presented.
Her shawl is great. I
Colleagues
love
today
it.
have the chance to protect those very futures that they speak about, including those young Indigenous children, the fastest growing population who need us and depend on the programs that we have put in place. Canadians chose a Prime Minister with a vision that they trust.
Oh, we can hope Celtic. Yeah, I don't think there's a chance that the Conservatives would win.
Canadians' budgets that they need in
I
this
think
critical time.
the only way the Conservatives would win is if they got rid of Prayer Polyev and put someone
Member for Oxford.
more charismatic in this place, so I think he's lost the attention of the population.
Feed empty stomachs. When Liberals recklessly spend, it's Canadians who pay the price. Higher grocery prices, higher rents, more on gas, and the only thing that is growing in this Liberal economy are the lines at food banks.
You know what?
With over 2
we're gonna
million
stick this in our brains, and we're gonna imagine in like a year or two, maybe even next fall session,
inflation, meaning life
Rob
is more
Ashton
expensive for
or Alvin
Canadians.
Lewis
So I'll ask again. Instead of trying to cause a
like
costly
Rob Ashton's
election on their
voice
costly
would
budget,
be on
why
top
won't
of
they table
every
an
other
affordable budget
rabble
for an
in
affordable
here.
life?
Oh, it is. I don't understand it because they have better
Once
people.
again with the imaginary taxes, Mr. Speaker, but I'll tell you something that isn't imaginary. Because I get to be the House Leader and actually see things that aren't imaginary. We are debating C4, which does three things.
Goodness.
It cuts income taxes on every single person that pays income tax. It cuts the GST for first-time home buyers. And guess what? It gets rid of the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. But these conservatives play games and procedures and talk around these things to delay affordability measures that are quite real, not imaginary for Canadians. They should...
The rabble is insanity to me.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, Liberals are taking money out of Canadians' pockets with inflation.
Yeah, Blue Terry Chetty, they do. And again, my concern, and I've said this before,
this is threatening our children's future, which is unacceptable.
when
This
Jason Kenney left in Alberta,
deficit budget will,
we were like,
will
oh, we got rid of someone
destroy our
horrible, and then we got
children's
Danielle
dreams.
Smith.
That is unacceptable. The Liberals
So
are
my
also
concern
going
with
to trigger a
quote-unquote
costly
losing
election
Pierre
with a
Poilievre is
costly
that they get
budget.
somebody more
Why
Trump.
not present an affordable budget so that
Trumpian?
Canadians can have an affordable life?
Sackville, like the Saxville
The Honourable Minister of Government
Bagginses.
Transformation. Well, it's very clear that each word that
Absolutely
comes out of
lucky
Conservative
owl.
member's mouth actually comes out of the Conservative leader's office.
1 year of the
If they
election in
want to
Quebec
talk about the
province so
future,
far, right party is going to be
It's
replaced by
remarkable that when we
anti-woke,
see the lack of
anti-LGBT.
seriousness they show at question period, that Canadians chose a serious government that gives more purchasing power to the middle class, more opportunity to youth, that is creating more big projects to build our country. For once, I would invite the Conservatives to show some ambition for Canada and to support us in this budget. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, well, we are very nervous about what the Liberals are coming up with here. We were expecting $42 billion of deficit, but things are going to actually be much worse. This Liberal government is completely disconnected from reality. It is just spending and spending. Each dollar that the Liberals are spending is coming directly out of the pockets of people in my riding. Mr. Speaker, why not table an affordable budget to make Canadians' lives affordable?
And the Bloc are doing pretty good too. This guy, I can never remember his name. Steve McKinnon, Stephen McKinnon. It even rhymes. I should be able to remember it. He is so good at the one-liners.
Lower taxes for all those who pay income tax in Canada, which lowers the GST on homes for first-time home buyers.
Sometimes we just need to be able to laugh
eliminates
because the rest of us will just make us cry.
The member across the way should stop slowing down that bill. That will bring more affordability to all of Canada.
Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Yeah,
Mr. Speaker,
I know, same.
I spent much of my legal career prosecuting internet offenses against children. This included
not yet,
possession
Kieran.
of
The
child
budget is
sexual
not coming
abuse
for
material.
about another hour.
Let's be clear. Victims often serve a psychological life sentence. Last week, the Supreme Court of Canada struck down the mandatory 1 year in jail for possession of child sexual abuse and exploitation material. The minister said today that he won't use the notwithstanding clause on this ruling. So the question is this: why are the rights of victims second and the rights of sex offenders first?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, through actions, we are standing up for victims of crime. Plain and simple. Mr. Speaker, child abusers should face the toughest penalties under Canadian law. That's why we introduced C4.
No. These are obviously important issues, and therefore we deserve important debate. So that the Secretary of State, from the top.
Thank you,
Raise your
Mr.
voice,
Speaker.
sir. Do it.
The rights of victims are very important to this government. That is why we have been taking action.
and
And
Augusta's
let
loud.
me make it very plain and simple to the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Child abusers should face the toughest penalties under Canadian law. That is why we introduced C-14. We're making reforms, sweeping reforms, Mr. Speaker, that make bail stricter, that make sentences tougher, and that make sure that child abusers stay behind bars. Mr. Speaker, we also introduced lawful access so that we can catch child predators and we can give law enforcement the tools that are needed, Mr. Speaker, but the Conservatives are against it.
Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicolau.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-14 has nothing to do with mandatory minimums for those who possess and produce child sexual abuse and exploitation material. I have looked far too many victims in the eye to feel comfortable giving the answer that the minister just gave, Mr. Speaker. Victims don't want excuses, they want action. We often hear about charter rights for the accused, including pedophiles, but we don't hear about rights for the victims. If the minister has ruled out using the notwithstanding clause, what's his plan to take sex offenders off our streets?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Subscribe now.
Mr. Speaker, we've been taking action on this issue since day one.
I'm really talking
we
to you.
introduced legislation called C-63 that made sexual offenses online, but the Conservatives did not support it, Mr. Speaker. We brought lawful access provision so that child pedophiles can be caught, Mr. Speaker, but the Conservatives did not support it.
So I'm interested in hearing this answer. So the Secretary of State...
Seriously, kick them out.
The Secretary of State Bacon, continue.
Mr. Speaker, child abusers are amongst the most reprehensible in our society. That is why we've taken many measures like C-63, like C-14, and like lawful access provisions so that they can be caught in the first place, Mr. Speaker. We're also going to be bringing forward new
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the recent Supreme Court decision, which stated that 1 year of imprisonment for having accessed or possessed child sexual abuse material, saying that this was cruel and unusual punishment, is a real insult to the victims of these crimes. The Conservative government had hardened minimum sentences for this content. It's very clear that this government, and I wonder why, is more protecting the rights of pedophiles than the rights of children.
Mr. Speaker, we are all about protecting the rights of children. That is why we want to give law enforcement the tools that are needed to catch predators online. We brought forward tougher sentences for child offenders. These child abusers should be put behind bars, and that is exactly where we intend to keep them through C-14 and the new legislation that we're going to be tabling in this House this fall.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the global economy is at a critical moment. The international trade system is experiencing upheaval. And today, new tariffs seem like the rule rather than the exception. Our country is facing economic difficulties and more uncertainty. Our main trade partner is no longer as reliable as it used to be, which is making our economy go through a more precarious period. With Budget 2025 coming up, can the Minister for Canada-US Trade tell the House why this is a historic investment budget? The Honourable Minister for Canada-US Trade. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank our colleague for this question.
He was here today. Lucky you missed him.
This is a period
of transformation. He was doing most of the translating at the beginning of question period, so we did get to listen to his lovely voice.
Significant investments. The most significant.
I know. I'm sorry you missed it. It was so lovely.
Canadians elected an ambitious government. A government that will take strong action to build a resilient economy. And the good news, Mr. Speaker, is that in just a few moments, the House of Commons will get all of that good news. I know that all parliamentarians are looking forward to it.
For Mission Mastery Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar the Liberal government spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians in the form of higher taxes and inflation. The Prime Minister tells young Canadians to sacrifice, yet Liberal insiders are thriving. Case in point, as Canadians give up on home ownership, this government handed out over $30 million in bonuses to 99% of housing agency executives, averaging $43,000 per bonus. Instead of trying to cause a costly election on a costly budget, why not an affordable budget for an affordable life?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This new government has a very credible plan for building affordable housing. We are focused on delivering that affordable housing. $13 billion has been committed in this new budget. We hope the Conservatives will support this.
Again, I've been in kindergarten classrooms that are more
Mr.
regular.
Speaker, they've voted against every affordable housing measure for 10 years now.
That's right.
I don't expect a lot from them, but when Canadians, and they're raising it in the House here, young Canadians need affordable housing, we expect their support on this budget.
Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years, Liberal insiders have never had it so good. Canadians line up at food banks while this government lets $50 million IBM contract at CRA blow past $119 million. On track for $214 million. Young Canadians are told to sacrifice, so Liberal-linked insiders, consultants can get rich. Canadians are stuck paying the bill. Instead of a costly election on a costly budget, why not affordable budget for an affordable life by cancelling consultants?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I got great news to the party opposite.
It's a great tie.
We have an affordability measure that maybe they may be interested in, Mr. Speaker. It's automatic federal benefits. Wow. Giving benefits to 5.5 million Canadians that need them the most. Canada Child Benefit, Disability Tax Credit, GST credit. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are laser focused on affordability for Canadians. The other side continues with the rhetoric and same old slogans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar the Liberal government spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians in the form of higher taxes and inflation. The Prime Minister tells young Canadians they need to sacrifice. While more families than ever are lining up at food banks, this Liberal government is using Canadian tax dollars to fund a whopping $25 billion a year on outside consultants.
Can't say as I do.
Instead of trying to cause a costly election on a costly budget, why not an affordable budget for an affordable life?
Good question. The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, this is an historic day for our House. I thought we'd all be together. This is a historic day for our country. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we deliver affordability for Canadians, cutting taxes for 22 million Canadians. We cut the tax for GST for first-time home buyers. We are focused on affordability, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will deliver for Canadians. We got a mandate on April 28th to deliver affordability. The other side has handed one sheet around all question period. Same old rhetoric, Mr. Speaker.
Having to keep on talking when people aren't actively voting is not an easy thing to do.
Prescott Russell Cumberland.
Mr. Speaker, the world faces unprecedented uncertainty as the norms and institutions that underpin global security and prosperity over the last half-century have been tossed aside as a new era of protectionism has begun. I'll be blunt. Voters in my riding of Prescott Russell Cumberland are anxious about what this new world order means for Canada. Can the Secretary of State for Financial Institutions and CRA let those people know how Budget 2025 will meet this unique and historical moment?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for giving me the opportunity to inform the House that today we will table an historic budget that will spend less on operations and invest more in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite may not believe it, but we will build the strongest economy in the G7. This is the largest investment in our country since the Second World War. We will build big, we will build bold, and we will build Canada strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
First responders, nurses, and healthcare workers serve and protect our communities every day. They put their uniforms on every day, knowing that their lives will be on the line, that they run towards danger. They mend our broken bones. They hold our hand as we take our last breath. What we've just seen by this Liberal government is shameful. Just before QP, I rose and asked for unanimous consent to pass a law that would protect firefighters, nurses, paramedics today, immediately, right now. The Liberals are using our frontline heroes as pawns in their political games. The minister has the power. Will he give unanimous consent to pass S233?
Good question.
Whoa!
Frank.
Whoa, I'm
the
sorry.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker,
Hold
I
on
see
just a
I've been
second.
missed by...
Good
question.
How is he allowed to do that? Like, he's just allowed to do that?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I see I've been missed by my friends opposite. I have good news. On the subject that grounds the member's question, this is one where I think we can collaborate in a nonpartisan way. The government has just tabled legislation, Bill C-14, that includes protections for first responders by adding aggravating factors to their sentences, which will result in harder penalties for those who commit assaults against our first responders. If we're going to count on first responders to keep our community safe, the least we can do is offer the protection of Canada's criminal law. I will work across party lines with that member and with Conservatives in the Senate to adopt a bill that will protect first responders as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not want coal mines destroying our cherished rock.
There's too much ambient noise. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker,
laughing.
Canadians
It's
do
not
not
funny.
want coal mines destroying our cherished Rocky Mountains. 4 years ago, the minister promised new
Yeah, and he
coal
barely
mine
is.
selenium
He's laughing about it
regulations
while he's
that would
saying it.
protect our rivers and lakes from toxic pollution. And now we discover that instead of providing
He
protection,
stood up and
the
started
Liberals
yelling
are
at the
allowing
Liberals,
a dramatic
going, "Stand up!
increase in the
Stand
pollutants
up!"
going into rivers and lakes. This government is betraying
Seriously,
its promise to
Aquilux.
Canadians. When will this government finally put the health
Or
of
any of the
Canadians
provincial
and the environment
speakers.
ahead of foreign interests?
Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear that we are going to continue to fight for clean air and clean waters for our next generations to come. As we continue to build Canada, we're going to build it well, and we will continue to make sure that we're protecting the environment at the same moment that we are building an economy with good jobs for the future. My job as
Olafin,
Minister of
you'd be
Environment
so
is
good.
make sure that we continue to fight for the environment, and I will do it.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are being bled dry at the pump, at the grocery till, on their credit cards and mortgages, and by cell phone bills that just keep climbing, while corporate giants post record profits. Last year, RBC made $16 billion, Rogers $1.7 billion, Loblaws over $2 billion, and Imperial Oil almost $1 billion last quarter alone. How much profit is enough? And will this Liberal government include a corporate excess profit tax in this budget to finally protect Canadians from runaway corporate
Some of our
greed?
interpreters.
Honourable Ministre de l'Industrie.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. We need to make sure that we work together on making the life of Canadians more affordable. And that's why we believe in competition. That's why also we took a bold decision when it comes to telecommunications fees and upholding the CRTC decision to make sure there's more competition and therefore lower fees for Canadians. But we'll do more, and he just needs to read the budget regarding what's going to happen when it comes to our competition across the country. Thank you.
It's hard to tell if it was quiet for him.
Being
or if it,
309, the
mic's
House will
back
now
there.
proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in
If the mics
first
don't work in the back
report
corner.
of Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Call in the members.
so that's question period. The budget will be in about 50 minutes. I did find, yeah, any day now, right away. Oh my goodness. I know this is talking about Alberta again, but I just want to show you guys what they announced this morning. Because this man is brutal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining me here today. Today I'm announcing proposed changes to the Education Act via Bill 6, the Prioritizing Literacy and Numeracy Act. These changes to the Education Act will help schools find and support students who need extra help. Our classrooms have many different students and learning types, and finding problems early means that we can help students sooner. Strong reading and math skills are very important for every single student. If we don't help students early, they can fall behind. That's why we want to make math and reading screeners a key part of how we move forward to help students in complex classrooms.
Let's be very clear. Math and literacy screeners are tests provided by teachers.
Math and reading screeners are quick and easy checks that help teachers see how each student is doing. When teachers use these screeners, they can spot students who need extra help right away.
Ask a teacher what children in their class needs help. Ask them. They know.
Classrooms today have many different students, as I've mentioned. Some learn fast, some need more time, and some have other challenges. If a student is struggling with reading or math, the screener will show it and identify it early. Teachers can then give targeted support before the problem becomes bigger. This means small issues don't turn into big ones, and students can get the help when they need it most in those early formative years. If this bill is passed, schools will need to implement a few new measures. Firstly, they will need to ensure that they give reading and math scores.
Way more.
They will need to give reading and math screeners to all students in kindergarten to grade 3.
Kindergarten to grade 3. Do you know what reading level the kindergarten students are at right now? 0. The kindergarten classes are barely getting into routine.
They will also be required to share the results of these screeners with parents, and they will also be required to send the results to the Government of Alberta.
Because the government needs to know if your kid can read. Oh, this makes me so. This is one of 2 unbelievably shitty things the government has done in the last 2 days. This is just one of them. They'll allocate more funds to teachers that get materials. Yeah, that would be yep.
These rules will apply to all school divisions and all types of schools, and they will start in the 2026-27 school year, so schools have time to get ready for these changes. Making these rules into law means every school will do things the same way. It helps us act quickly and keeps families involved and informed.
Schools should not be doing
Parents, as I mentioned, will get the results of these screeners. This means families will always know how their child is doing in reading and math.
Or the parent could talk to their child or look at the material that gets sent home or participate.
If a child needs help, parents can work with teachers to support intervention plans at home. We will also use these screener results to see how students are doing across Alberta. This helps us understand what support is needed in particular schools and will help ensure that we make the right decisions to lift up all students. In closing, these changes show our commitment to helping students build strong reading and math skills. By using math and reading screeners, we give every child...
Just because one kid can't read a sentence on one day does not mean that they are falling behind in reading. These screeners do nothing. They do nothing.
The best chance to succeed and help teachers manage increasing classroom complexity.
Provide a chance for the government to go see
it's now my privilege to invite Mike McMahon, President of the College of Alberta Superintendents, to share a few remarks.
Oh, this makes me so mad. They already have screeners
Good
that they have to
afternoon,
do in
everybody.
kindergarten.
On
and grade
behalf
one.
of the College of Alberta School Superintendents, it's a privilege to speak about something that's very at the heart of it: public education, literacy, and numeracy.
You tell them to all fail the test dramatically while they send more teachers and make more classrooms. Yeah. Oh no, your French is pardon. They already implemented something for kindergarten. They already have. This is another test on top of what the kindergarten teachers already have to submit in September. You know what kids in kindergarten are doing in September? They don't even know where their pencils are. They don't know where their shoes are. They barely know where their backpacks are. Like, the first month of school in kindergarten is literally just, can you walk in a straight line? Can you eat your lunch at the same time as other kids? And then you want them to take
These
tests?
two foundational skills are the cornerstones of every student's learning journey. They're not just subjects, they're the gateways to understanding, problem solving, and lifelong success. Strong literacy and numeracy skills empower students to think critically, to engage fully in their communities, and to adapt to an ever-changing world. That is why measuring literacy and numeracy matters. Reliable data allows us to understand where our students are excelling and where they need additional support. It informs sound decisions at every level, from classroom instruction to provincial policy, ensuring that our collective efforts are both responsive and effective. As system educational leaders, we recognize that improvement depends on insight. Measurement gives us the insight. It allows us to celebrate progress, identify gaps, and direct resources where they have the most impact. The College of Alberta School Superintendents is committed to supporting a culture of evidence-based leadership where data drives innovation and every child has the opportunity to achieve the fullest potential. Equally important, allowing districts the flexibility to choose assessments from an approved list that aligns with local context has strengthened the accuracy and relevancy of the data we collect. Together, through collaboration and professional excellence and a shared vision for student success, we ensure that Alberta remains a leader in literacy and numeracy achievements across Canada and the world. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to the President.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So as always, one question, one follow-up. Please put up your hand. I'll give you a direction to give her. Go ahead and please make sure you say who your question is directed towards. So I'll go with French first here.
Or on a last name basis. Okay. Janet French from CBC. So I'm just looking at the actual bill, section 30.5 and 30.6 say the minister is entitled to individual personal information, student results.
Yup.
Why do you need this information?
Yup. Outside of the fact that they need to do this, he's going to have personalized information about the way that your kids do things.
And about individual students.
Well, the idea behind the individual information is to help ensure that we're delivering targeted support. That's a key element, of course, behind this entire bill is so that we can identify students who require additional intervention and ensure that adequate supports are being provided.
Okay, I interviewed a woman at the University of Lethbridge, professor who worked with the ATA to gather feedback from teachers about these screening assessments. And earlier this year, she published a study that found quite a few concerns among teachers about the way that these assessments run, including that they weren't given enough work hours to prepare for, administer, score, or submit the test results by the government's timeline, that they didn't receive any training on how to interpret the results, that they felt overwhelmed adding it to their roster of standardized testing, that they described them as unfair to English language learners, that math students have been tested on concepts that they weren't educated in yet, and that it upset children. Like, children realized when they were flunking these tests because the teacher ended them early. So how do you explain why this is mandatory when there seem to be some concerns about the way that it's being deployed?
Sure, we're listening carefully to concerns. We are engaging in some follow-up consultation to see how the implementation and rollout of the screeners has been operating in our schools, and we'll be collecting some additional feedback to see where we can make changes and improvements. The screeners can predict with 95% accuracy whether a student will experience learning difficulties in the future, and that's incredibly valuable information for our educators and school divisions to have on hand.
Go ahead.
Hi, Jasmine King, Global Edmonton. The release mentions that this also has to do with students with language barriers. How can these screenings address those challenges, and are those even in the same realm?
Yeah, it can help, of course. And one of the other pieces, though, that's important to note that I know Janet commented on a moment ago, is school divisions and principals have the opportunity to exempt students from these assessments. So if a student has challenges with English, if that may not be their primary language, that student can be exempted from the screeners, which of course are designed to measure their...
So if a student where English is not their first language is falling behind, they can't take these tests because they don't understand enough English. They're just not screened. Hold on. Puppy, she's just getting in her car. It's okay. Yeah, you do a big defend. Come here. You a good girl. Hi. You're okay. But yeah, the kid doesn't get the screening test, then he just doesn't get support.
Overall strength with respect to literacy.
And I guess just for my follow-up, just your reaction to the amount of recall petitions that we're seeing pop up for not only yourself but other ministers.
Yeah, I provided a statement on
This is a good question.
To measure their overall strength with respect to literacy.
And I guess just for my follow-up, just your reaction to the amount of recall petitions that we're seeing pop up for not only yourself but other ministers.
Heck yes.
Yeah, I've provided a statement on my Facebook page regarding the current active recall, and it is an important instrument of democracy, and elected officials have to always be held accountable to their voters, and I think as well it should be used for the right purposes.
Go anywhere in the back there.
Yeah, you recently sent out a pamphlet to your constituents highlighting your achievements. How concerned are you about the recall petition against you?
I'm always accountable to my constituents, and so I always want to make sure that I'm meeting their standards and their expectations, and look forward to them being able to participate in the democratic process. And from the last election, of course, I received just shy of 50% of the vote of my constituents, and moving forward with confidence.
So this is what they're talking about. He actually mailed out a report card of his achievements. That's what he mailed out. He mailed out this wonderful thing saying, look at all the things I've done, don't recall me. I'll do it. Yeah. Today I'm happy to share with you many of my accomplishments. Oh, I know, Olaf, and there's so much lying going on. It's unbelievable.
To be able to represent their views here in the legislature.
The name of the software package? Just closed it. 1 sec. Secured funding, fix the Ridge Valley noise wall. Valley Ridge. Yes, there is. Yep, there absolutely is. Protected free speech. Bullshit. Pass the Skilled Trades and Apprenticeships Education Act. Establish the Trades Hall of Fame. 10,000 university spaces. Launch schools now. Removed cell phones from student classrooms. Removed. Increased funding for students with special needs. No, you did not. No, you did not. No, you did not. Don't worry, Celios. We are about 30 minutes out from the budget being announced. We're just looking at some of the BS coming out of Alberta today and yesterday.
Anyone else in the room? Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Eisglattner, True North. In the Calgary Board of Education's 2026-27 budget priorities, they're calling for $148 million in additional funding, citing 4 different streams, and they also cited a 9-fold increase in children with specialized learning needs. So I'm curious, since the federal government controls immigration, should they provide some or all of that funding to you?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. That there has been a significant increase in the number of new Canadians, of course, arriving, and we've seen a 34% increase in the number of refugee students and a significant increase in the number of students with English as an additional language. I want to look at that in a little bit more depth. I'm also not too keen on the federal government having a little bit more involvement in areas that are exclusive provincial authority.
But we can know everything that your kids are doing in school.
But they should also have responsibility for the consequences and implications of their decisions and actions.
And then, if the citizen initiative petition succeeds in stripping funding from accredited independent schools, I'm just curious, how will the province handle the return of tens of thousands of students, many of whom have those specialized learning needs, to the public system?
That would be something that we'd have to model, and I think it would be extremely challenging. We have about 50,000 students with our independent operators, a significant number.
So this is one of the things that the private schools are really fighting for. They're like, yeah, but if you close our private schools, then suddenly you have to find spots for 50,000 kids. That's what they're talking about. If you stop funding us, then you have to find,
Number of our independent operators operate specifically for students with specialized learning needs, and so that will present an extremely that'll be extremely challenging from a logistical perspective to try and implement and execute. But of course, as the petition moves on, we will be modeling that just to ensure that we are prepared for whatever kind of outcome.
All right, we're going to go to the phones. Operator, first caller, please.
We have a question from Mona Marchand from Radio Canada. Your line is open.
Hi. So it says that budget 2025 includes 11 million to support math and reading instruction. Is that part of the classroom complexity budget?
That is a separate budget line item specifically related to these screeners. Of course, conducting the screening is an important part, but the intervention that follows is even more important. Obviously, if we just identify students who have who require additional support with reading and math and are not able to provide them with additional support, then we're not meeting the full expectations. So we did allocate $11 million in budget 2025 specifically to support and help school divisions hire staff to conduct these interventions. Those dollars will be increasing in subsequent budgets as we've targeted. But that's separate. We also have the Classroom Complexity Grant, which is a separate grant with additional outcomes and objectives.
Follow up on the line?
Words, nothing.
Yeah, so this money is going to be allocated to hiring more people, right? Because one of the main critique was the lack of hands-on resources.
Yeah, absolutely. The $11 million in budget 25 to support literacy and numeracy can be used by school divisions to hire more educational assistants or increase the number of hours that they're able to work, specifically to support the intervention.
That's what teachers need, to work more hours. I just say, did you hear how his voice went up when he answered that? Yeah, he answered the question and went da-da-da-da.
Interventions that are associated with these literacy and numeracy screeners.
All good.
All right, we're going to go back in the room. Anyone else with some questions?
Hi, Anu.
Going once? French? Or Janet? French?
It's the first time I've ever heard him refer to as French.
I don't know.
It's Monday.
So why does this need to be in law? I mean, what we heard this morning was that, for example, diplomas, PATs, those are policy.
Correct.
Not law. Why does this need to be codified?
I think for a couple of different reasons. First and foremost, to help ensure standardization across the province. And secondly, and most importantly, to help ensure that this is a matter of significant priority. And I think we can all agree that getting the foundations right in those early formative years should be one of the most significant objectives of our entire education system. So I think that's why it's critical.
Want to know how to make those better? Pay your teachers. Real simple. The federal budget is going to be announced in about half an hour. We're just catching up to some horrific other things. Where was my, oh, here. this is the other thing that the Alberta government did today. This is terrifying.
The motion I'm putting on the floor is to amend the proposed supplementary funding request for the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer for the fiscal year 2025-2026 in the amount of $13,512,118.
That's what the Elections Alberta asked for.
To a revised amount of 1.461.
I'm going to offer them
710 and approve the request as amended, and that the chair on behalf of the committee forward the request to the President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance.
So in plain language, Elections Alberta requested $13.5 million to be able to administer recalls and referendums. The UCP committee in charge revised the request to just over 1 and then voted it through. Just defunded recall and referendum. As all of their MPs are getting recalled. Cheers, little taters. Thank you. Yeah. This is scary. They don't want their people to be questioned, so they're just going to not fund Elections Alberta. You know, normal. Totally normal stuff. Budget. Okay, can somebody give me the name of a random MP in the federal government? Any MP? Give me the name of one. Oh, it's brutal, Olafin. It's awful. I just found this website today. I think this is really cool. Mark Carney. Michelle Rempel. Where is Michelle Rempel? They're not in alphabetical order. Sandra Kobina from Newmarket, Ontario. Okay. Sandra. Why are these not in alphabetical order? Seriously. Oh, right here. This. Thanks, Morgan. Are the words that she says the most. In the house. So if we do another one, isn't that cool? Melanie Jolie. Around the world. Yes, data. I thought you guys would appreciate this. Andrew Scheer. Ooh, Andrew Lawton would be another good one, but question of privilege, carbon tax election. Shocker. Yeah, this is like a massive upgrade. I don't know how old this website is, but I thought this was really cool. Who else? Harry. Okay. Liberals. Andrew Scheer is was the interim leader of the Conservatives until Pierre Poilievre won his riding back, or won our riding, I guess. He didn't win his riding back. Someone else give me a name. What other ones did I get? Tina, Mark Carney, obviously. United States. Not talking. Music is loud, sorry. John Williamson. Auditor General, pursuant to standing. Attending in person. Audio feedback incidents. Does he do a lot of things over video call? By any chance? Nice clerk. Arrive can. Oh. He. Axe the tax. Worth the cost. Carbon tax election, Bloc Québécois, fix the budget, stop the crime. Is the speaker on the site? What's the speaker's name? Does anyone know offhand? Oh my goodness, they have former MP since 1994. What is the name of this speaker? I don't know off the top of my head. Sorry. Let's do Heather. Human rights. Healthcare, Israel, Gaza, around the world, women and girls. All of that stuff. Genocide, humanitarianism. They're much better words. Blake Desjardins. Yeah, we miss Blake. Okay, we'll have to look. Blake. There he is. Indigenous, First Nations, matter of fact, public service, Auditor General report, Democrats. Hold on. Want. Greg, heck. Oh, I can spell. Yes. Around the world. Carbon tax. Whole bunch. Oil and gas. Money. Inflation. Karina Gold. I love Karina Gold. That's a former MP. Karina, did I spell your name wrong? Is that not her name? Karina. Or is she current and I'm just not? Yeah, whoops. I don't know why I thought she was former. Conservatives, leader, conservatives, opposition, price on pollution. RCMP, important documents. Charter vote. Matthew Green. Was he former Grandpa Simpson? There he is. Access to information, public. Treasury Board, National Emergency, Conflict of Interest, COVID. She was pretty willing to confront Olafin. She did not pull punches, that's for sure. Yeah, I will post this link in the chat because I just think this is super interesting. So recent votes, debates, committees, all the different House committees. I'm Michael. The site is a volunteer spare time effort of mine. I build it because I think Parliament's goings on are important. The site was launched in 2010. Okay. So it's a little bit older. I'm not an MP and I don't work for the government. If you want to get in touch with your MP, find their page and click the contact. Gotta check Liz. Oh, of course we do. Of course. Manage Gulf Islands, top secret security, climate crisis, environmental assessment, Trans Mountain Pipeline. Yeah, that all makes sense. Anybody else have one more? And then I'm going to take a quick break before the budget comes in a couple minutes. Couple minutes and about 20 minutes. Filter by time window. In what way, Olafin? Like how many times did they say this word in this time period? I don't think so. Get an email whenever he speaks in House debates. Say contact, speech, Parliament site, Twitter. His favorite. Oh, here we go. His favorite word is billion. I don't think so.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Hiya! Hello, friend. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's a solo volunteer unpaid project. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, this is cool.
Do it, lady.
Ah, thanks for the follow, friend. Yukon, not really a problem. Quietly fix this problem, yeah. Alright, friends, I am going to... I'm really worried if I play this thing, I get 350 more cookies if I share this. It's true. I'm worried if I play this that I'm gonna get claimed by CBC. So... yeah, I don't know, y'all. Alright, we'll just do this. Okay, would you guys rather listen to this or just listen to music for the next 5 minutes? I need to go take a standing up stretch break, and I don't think I can play anything by CBC without them claiming my stuff. You know, maybe I'm not as big as Steve, so they wouldn't, but I don't want to risk it. Don't want to risk it. Yeah, the door stream. Let's see. Let us see. Yeah, that's a good idea too. Oops. See, I can't click on any of these. There. I'll leave my non-copyright music on. Y'all can watch cute animals for 5 minutes. I will be back, and then we will pull up some of the federal budget for 2025. See you in 5. Mr. Spookums, welcome to the chaos. It's already been a very long stream. Back when Steve was streaming, and we were doing a lot of, actually it was budget time last year. Is that right? No, budget time in the spring. And, I don't know, whatever. And we were doing a whole lot of waiting for MPs to come out of QP. And it would literally just be like 10, 15, 20 minutes of doors. And that's it. Just doors. And we watched a lot of doors waiting for MPs to come out and make statements and stuff, so. That's just doors. That's all. At 5 minutes, y'all. Did you enjoy your break with adorable kitties? See back. What I need. You guys want to hear what they have to listen to if you listen to the hold music for the House of Commons? I know, there's a couple of other ones. Like Words on Stream is a good one. Uncle, hold on. I'll pull this up because we have 5 minutes. Ready? Thanks, Macradic. Alright, y'all. Here we go. Game time for 5 minutes until the thing starts. Yeah. I forget about games. A lot. I'm trying to fill time. Ooh, secret. Good one, Ninja. Nice. Agolix with the win. Has to be 4 letters or more. Hey man, it counts. Ooh, good one. Good job. French doesn't count. No. Nice. All right. Are we live yet? we technically have like 30 seconds. Like, we're gonna watch it on CPAC because then it's more likely to get the translations if they do stuff in French. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum. Bum, bum. So lovely. I hope you guys can hear it. Yeah, there's a couple really fun ones. There's ones where you can words. Like try to figure out the video game, stuff like that. I am going to warn everybody. I have to leave in an hour and 5 minutes to pick up the tiny human. So my plan is we watch this. I don't know what happens after, if they do sort of debate or something. I don't think they do that till tomorrow. But what I would recommend is checking out Rachel Gilmore's Twitch. Can we get a shout out for Rachel Gilmore, mods? She is on Tuesdays, and I imagine she'll be chatting about the budget, and then I will likely be live after her to do any sort of whatever, catch up on the stuff that happened during the day. Thank you. Give Rachel a follow. Rachel's great. And yeah, she goes live from 7 to 9 Eastern. Did I play the new federal ad? No. Is it bad? Federal ad. That's what I wanted. Which one, Fea? You may have to send it to me. Go! Order. Oof. No conservatives.
It being 4 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of the Ways and Means motion number 2 concerning the budget presentation. Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Carney, moves that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Oh, sorry. Look at him. Stand up, Sean Fraser. Come on.
Documents for 2025, including the notice of Ways and Means motion. The details of the measures are contained in these documents. Pursuant to standing
Yes, I can turn it up a bit.
I am requesting that
Oh,
an
sorry.
order of the day
There
be
we go.
designated for consideration of
Sorry,
this
y'all.
motion, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I will give that to the clerk. Here.
Look at that book. Oh, he's so
Monsieur le
smart.
Président,
Sorry, guys.
honorable député de cette...
Mr. Speaker, honourable members of this House, Canadians. The budget I present today comes at a time of profound change, a time to build.
The budget I present today comes at a time of profound change, a time to build. The world is undergoing a series of fundamental shifts at a speed, scale, and scope not
Someone on the federal website,
seen since the fall of the Berlin Wall. The rules-based international order and the trading system that powered Canada's prosperity for decades are being reshaped, threatening our sovereignty, our prosperity, and our values. Long-standing supply chains and trade relationships that once ensured stable growth in this country from coast to coast to coast, and good job across our nation.
So Neuropunk, this is the actual presentation of the budget. It's happening right now.
And affordable products are being disrupted. Monsieur le Président, l'impact est...
Mr. Speaker, the impact is profound, hurting Canadian companies, affecting workers, disrupting supply chains, and causing uncertainty that holds back investment. In fact, the level of uncertainty is higher than what we have seen and felt for generations. It is not a transition. Rather, it is a true generational shift. The challenges are great, but the opportunities for Canada are even greater.
Mr. Speaker, but the opportunities for Canada are even greater.
There's the Mr. Carney.
Et c'est dans cet esprit
que...
And in this spirit, today, I present to you Budget 2025. As a former finance minister, also from Shawinigan, so eloquently put it.
Humility, but also with confidence, Mr. Speaker. This is Canada.
Oh, who's in the...
This budget must be generational in its ambition and serve to shape our economy.
I think the previous finance minister?
And our nation's future. Il n'y a pas de place pour le retrait.
There is no place for withdrawal, ambiguity, or even standing still. Only for bold and swift action.
Bold and swift action is what is needed. To weather the storm of uncertainty, we will not lower ourselves, Mr. Speaker. Quite the opposite. We will raise them to catch the winds of economic change because we believe in Canada. Nous explorerons de...
We will explore new markets and sell more of the best of what Canada has to offer.
We will build here at home stronger industries, nation-building infrastructures, and millions of more homes for Canadians. We will protect what matters most, our people, our communities, and our sovereignty. And we will empower Canadians by making life more affordable, creating new career opportunities, and ensuring every generation can get ahead. This is how we win. This is how we keep winning, Mr. Speaker.
This is who they're waving to, is Jean Chrétien. That's what I thought. You can Sniper Panda, question mark? This is who they're waving for. Jean Chrétien was the member for Shawinigan, and he was also the finance minister. That's who they're clapping for / waving to.
When people look back on this budget, they will be able to judge the importance of the choices that we have made. Greater autonomy is and continues to be the best approach to achieve real resilience. It is in this spirit that,
it is up there.
Through Budget 2025, we are building Canada strong. Mr. Speaker, around the world, tariffs have increased. Growth is slowing, and trade relationships are being tested. All of these constraints are being felt across the country by Canadians in their daily lives. Families are seeing this every week when they do their groceries. Renters see it when they pay their rent. Young people are sending out their resumes, but they aren't receiving any offers as a result of their efforts. In factories, in the fields, and in communities across the country, people feel the current economic challenges. Workers are facing fewer shifts, shorter hours, and in some cases, unfortunately, layoffs.
Want to grow, but uncertainty is understandably making them wait. And for many, it feels like opportunity is slipping just a little further out of reach. That's why we need to act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are the realities Canadian workers and their families are facing. They are doing everything they can to keep moving forward in uncertain times. And through it all, the Canadian economy has held steady. Forecasters now expect modest GDP growth of just above 1% in 2025. C'est la résilience des Canadiens et Canadiennes.
The resilience of Canadians is earning us the respect of our foreign partners. It is this same resilience that gives me confidence in the future. This very resilience also gives Canadians confidence in the future.
Trading partner fundamentally reshapes all of its trading relationship. There are two responses, Mr. Speaker. You can slash the deficit, hope for the best, wait for the uncertainty to unexpectedly disappear, and see if it trickles down, ever comes. That approach to balance the budget this year would have to eliminate vital social programs and all the capital investments needed for Canada's future. We chose a different path, Mr. Speaker, a path that believes in Canada, a path that invests in our country's future, a path that reinforces Canadian values,
These books
a
right
path
here
that makes us
on the
less
bottom,
resilient
that's
on
how big
our
it is.
trading partner, a path that allows us to be master in our own house, Mr. Speaker. We chose Canada. We chose Canada. And I hope every member of this House will choose Canada as well, Mr. Speaker. I hope they will all choose Canada, parce que nous voulons tous et toutes être
Because we all want to be masters of our own home, Mr. Speaker. We all believe in Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, when our steel, aluminum, forestry, auto, and
So, yeah, either I'm going to let you guys watch while I pick up kiddo, or I'll stop the stream and we'll watch it later.
agriculture industries were hit by U.S. tariff and trade disruptions. We did not stand by and wait for the storm to pass. We stepped in with the most comprehensive set of trade resilience measures in Canadian history, because this is who we are as Canadians, Mr. Speaker. This is who we are. When times get tough, we stand together, because we are Canadian. The government launched... The government launched the Strategic Response Fund that my colleagues have been leading, allocating $5 billion to help sectors impacted by tariffs to adapt, to diversify, and to grow. Businesses can use the fund to invest in the design of new products, retool plans to boost productivity, or offset the cost of accessing new markets. Because we want our industry to succeed. We want them to be able to make this pivot, Mr. Speaker. Because we believe in our workers, we believe in our industry, we believe in our future, we believe in Canada.
That's great. Tell us what's in it. Obviously, he's not going to read it. But.
Nous avons également mis en place un programme de liquidité de...
We have also introduced a $1 billion liquidity relief package to help small and medium-sized businesses, because these businesses help our great country grow and they employ millions of Canadians. So this relief package will help businesses adapt, And it will include a new skills retraining program that will benefit 50,000 workers, Mr. Speaker. We believe that Canadian workers are at the very core of our strategy.
Which are probably wondering today, we will be there to help you increase your competitiveness within the Canadian market. Pour nos travailleurs de
To our aluminum workers, we will be there to help you modernize your smelters and to open up new markets.
To our auto workers, we will fight alongside you to keep our auto plants in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And to our lumber and canola producers, we know the times are hard and we are working not only to restore your market access, Mr. Speaker, but to expand it. And the recent trip of the Prime Minister in Asia was one of them. We are going to work tirelessly to expand your market. We believe in you, we believe in your industry, and we will do what it takes to make sure that you can sell your products around.
Oh, I am not muted. I am trying to figure out the best way to let you guys keep watching this while I go pick up kiddo. That's all.
These strategic sectors are at the forefront of this generational change. We will ensure they are strong, resilient, and ready to lead our economic transition from dependence to resilience.
We're going to move this economy, Mr. Speaker, to be more resilient. We're going to move from reliance to resilience because we want Canada to succeed not only today, but for generations to come. We're going to move from uncertainty to prosperity, Mr. Speaker, because we understand that investing in Canada is the best way to ensure prosperity for generations to come. Le budget de 2025, Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 is our response. It is for all Canadians. It is a plan for resilience. Budget 2025 is rooted in confidence, focused on results, and designed to ensure that Canada not only weathers this storm, but emerges even stronger from it.
The words of a previous finance minister, when in 1995 he presented his budget, and he said at the time, our very way of life as Canadians is being tested. And there are times in the progress of people when fundamental choices must be made and a new course charted. For Canada, Mr. Speaker, this is one of those times. Et je dirais, Monsieur le Président, que nous...
Mr. Speaker, I would say that today we are also facing a unique moment in the history of our great country. The Prime Minister has called on our country to look beyond today's challenges and to embark on a path that will redefine Canada for generations to come. Why? Because we believe
Oh my
in
goodness.
Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Hi, Bunker Cat 36 and friends. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. We are currently watching the presentation of the Canadian federal budget. Super, super exciting. Thank you. My name is May. I am, during the day, a Canadian political content creator. In the evenings, a cozy gamer. You're welcome to hang around. Welcome to join us in rolling our eyes massively as we listen to the Liberals try to explain how they're going to fix everything. And yeah, thank you so much for the raid and welcome, friends.
Speaker, the Prime Minister asked each of us to focus on what
Thank
we
you
can
for the
control
follow.
and to take bold, ambitious action.
It's in the strength of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I have confidence in our ability as a nation to meet the moment. I have confidence that together we can build Canada, protect our way of life, and empower Canadians like never
Thank you,
before.
and Dr. Nathan.
Because we believe in Canada, Mr. Speaker. It is interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, and all Canadians who are watching and those with us today would know, Canada has what the world needs and what the world increasingly wants, Mr. Speaker.
And what is that,
It goes from
sir?
our product to our technology, to our values.
We have room for
Mr.
camera
Speaker,
movement.
Canada is inspiring the world. We are an energy
Oh my goodness.
superpower in both clean and conventional energy. Nous sommes l'un des principaux.
We are among the top producers of critical minerals and a world leader in artificial intelligence.
Nous avons un.
We have unmatched market access, as we are the only country in the G7 with free trade agreements with every other G7 nation.
Nous avons les gens.
We have the people, we have the resources, we have the stability necessary to prosper and to compete in the new economy before us.
Ainsi,
So, Canada enters this period of transformation from a position of strength.
Speaker, the world is changing, but Canada is strong. We're going to build Canada strong together. We're going to empower Canadians, and we're going to defend our sovereignty, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have done it before. We will do it again. Canada also has the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and the federal debt to GDP ratio will remain stable over the budget horizon. We also have one of the lowest deficits in the G7 and one of the strongest fiscal positions in the world. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have a strong fiscal position, a strong base to work for, a strong base to invest, Mr. Speaker. And we must use this fiscal power to make generational investment because we believe in Canada. And as the managing director of the International Monetary Fund recently said, both Germany and Canada recognize that in this very testing time, they need to use their fiscal space. In the case of Canada, the Canadian authorities have been very decisive to take action in the context of changing relations with their main trading partner. Mr. Speaker, Canada is recognized on the world stage as a country with the fiscal capacity to invest, to grow its economy, to invest in its people, and to protect its sovereignty. That recognition matters because it affirms something fundamental about this country. When times are difficult, we do not retreat. We advance, we invest, Mr. Speaker.
My phone was ringing. I'm gonna ask friends that we do that we chat in English. I know this is a Canadian stream and he is speaking in French, but most of our mods only speak English. So if I can ask you can keep the chat in English, I'd super appreciate that. Thank you.
And that's what Budget 2025 is all about.
So much standing and clapping. Hi, Cosmic Cat. No worries. I know, Olafin.
Budget 2025 is a plan to catalyze investments from provinces, territories,
Hi, Cosmic Cat. Welcome in.
municipalities, indigenous communities, and the private sector. With this plan, in 5 years, we will enable $1 trillion in total investment in this country, Mr. Speaker. Enable $1 trillion of investment.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good.
And I know although the conservative are silent in their heart, they support that, Mr. Speaker. Because I know that they will take the break
Silent in their heart.
and tell their constituent how great we're going to see this country and all the investment we're going to see. And I know in their heart I can see them.
No, you're totally fine, only fact.
Canada is one of the best places in the world to invest, and we are going to make it even better.
Yes,
This fiscal strength allows us to make historic investments.
to be determined, yeah.
Not only
There'll
today,
be lots of
but also for future
breaking down the budget
generations.
very soon.
To Canadians who feel the strain of these times, our message is clear. We will not back down. We will be there for you now and for as long as it takes. We will do what Canadians do best in times of need. We look after one another. We help each other. That's the Canadian way. That's our way, Mr. Speaker.
These are lots of really great words, but I really wish that they would just be like, and this is what we're doing.
Meeting this great challenge, Mr. Speaker, requires both ambition and discipline. We need to be ambitious in our investments and rigorous in our spending. And that's why this budget charts a new course for Canada's public finances. Because Canadians expect their government to achieve results. And to get there, we must spend less on operations so we can invest more in Canada's future. First, a new capital budgeting framework, separating our day-to-day spending from the investments that build our future. This reform will allow Canadians to better understand where their money goes, and it will ensure that each dollar helps strengthen our productivity.
Mr. Speaker, we will make capital investment a national priority.
Better budgeting also means presenting the budget at the best time.
Here is a quick breakdown of some of the stuff from CBC.
Presented in the fall, aligning with the.
I'm just going to read this through really quick because they're sort of updating things as fast as they can, because they obviously would have gotten it around the same time. 141 billion in new spending, offset by about 51 billion in cuts. Deficit is pegged at 78.3 billion, higher than the Liberals projected in their latest fiscal update, but lower than some economists projected. Plan to weather economic uncertainty rests on major spending on big projects and innovations, but they're going to cut the public service by about 40,000 workers. Hike. Defense spending would rise to 81 billion. Rising unemployment, weak productivity, paint a gloomy economic outlook, and the GDP growth is estimated at 1% growth per year the next 2 years. So, yeah, there's some of it. I'll keep an eye out and keep updating that as they stick stuff on their website.
Construction season and better supporting provinces.
It is lower than anticipated job loss. Yeah,
as well as
not great, but it is lower.
In the delivery of their project.
Build this country, and we have a lot to do, and we're going to do it together, Mr. Speaker. And what you see in this budget and in this Prime Minister is that we have a roadmap, Mr. Speaker, to build Canada strong. We understand that there's things we need to do on our side to make sure we can build like never before, and this is the plan to do it. Second, it's all about discipline. The Prime Minister has been clear. Canada's new government will spend less so we can invest more. Mr. Speaker, our budget puts forward $60 billion in saving over 5 years, Mr. Speaker.
Where?
Canadians have been tightening their belt for quite some time, and it's only natural that we put our house in order as well. And we're going to make sure to the exercise we've done, Mr. Speaker, we found these savings, we did the hard work, we took the tough decision, but you know what? That's what Canadians expect from us. We have a strong mandate. They tell us, do what must be done. That's what we did, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue to do. So let me be clear. We are protecting the vital services. While we did that, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear for all the Canadians watching at home.
Oh, I know, Helios. And that will be coming out. It's just that, you know, the media probably had a meeting before this so they could do some of the updating, but it will be likely that we won't have something like that until later today.
The vital services that you rely on, including childcare, dental care,
the strong mandate in the room.
Because those are essential and vital for families across our nation.
Wow, they really got all the Liberals in House today.
This is who we are as Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to remain true to our values. Et en faisant des choix
and we are making responsible and pragmatic choices to reduce inefficiencies and focus government initiatives on our core priorities.
Called the Government Comprehensive Expenditure Review, we are focusing investment on initiatives that meet their objectives and complement rather than duplicate services delivered by other levels of government. Mr. Speaker, we have looked at how we can streamline program, how we can
streamline is
right-size,
never a good
how
word.
can we use technology, how can we use AI with one goal in mind to provide better service to Canadians, to be more efficient, because Canadians deserve the best service from their government, and we will deliver.
Yep, 100%. First time everyone shown up to work, yeah, they need the votes.
We will cut red tape, we will digitize services
Yeah,
and
exactly.
make them faster, simpler, and
Digitizing services means cutting human jobs.
easier to access. Nous allons encourager la...
We are encouraging the
Don't like
adoption
that.
of new technologies across government, including Made in Canada sovereign AI tools through a new
Sovereign
digital
AI
transformation
tools, hey?
office. Because, Mr. Speaker, we understand the potential of this digital transformation, and Canada will be both a global leader in this and in service delivery.
a more effective government that can deliver smarter, faster, and more effective services to Canadians.
Nope.
Since 2019,
We
the
want
federal
human
public
services.
service population has grown at a rate which is far greater than the Canadian population, Mr. Speaker. We must get the size of our public service back to a sustainable level that is keeping with best practices. But as we are, Mr.
Yeah,
Speaker, we
coping,
will do
exactly.
that with fairness and compassion, because we appreciate the work of every
We'll fire you with fairness and compassion and replace you with a computer. That doesn't work.
civil servant in this country. We appreciate their service. We appreciate
No,
their
you
work.
don't. Not if you're replacing them with AI. Where's the Minister of AI here?
And whilst we do that, Mr. Speaker, we will make our tax system fairer. Third, we need clear fiscal anchors to provide that predictability
Second, we will fix the tax. Third, nothing on that.
and clarity to the world and to Canadians. We will balance day-to-day operating spending with revenues by 2028, 2029, shifting the budget towards investments that grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, this is a pivotal moment in Canada's history. We're going to make sure that the dollar that people entrust in us will be invested to grow Canada. We will maintain a declining deficit to GDP ratio, ensuring that the discipline
No, of course
today
not, Tyrion. That would
while
just be
investing
ridiculous.
in our collective future. Les mesures proposées dans
The measures proposed in Budget 2025 put us on the right path to achieve
I'm
our
sure, little
investment
taters.
goals. Mr. Speaker, we will create a business environment that attracts an unprecedented flow of private capital into the energy, infrastructure, housing, and defense sectors.
Can he
Mr.
make a
Speaker,
PowerPoint?
this budget is one of investment, generational investment for this generation and future generations. Mr. Speaker, this is because we believe in Canada.
nos investissements vont
Our investments will focus on our economic success and focus on productivity, because productivity means doing more with less, because that's the best way we can improve the lifestyles of Canadians. The 2025 budget will not only accelerate construction in housing and infrastructure, but across the country. It will also strengthen Canada's position as a fiscally competitive jurisdiction and one of the best places in the world to invest.
Canada is a great place to invest, but together with Budget 2025, we're going to make it even greater, Mr.
Okay, I've got two more sort of in plain English updates. One big number is the deficit that we just talked about. Private investment. The first 5 major nation-building projects to be reviewed for fast-tracking were announced. There's no oil pipeline. So that's something. Hi folks, I'm Darren with the Parliamentary Bureau's digital team. Oh, this is immigration. Today's budget includes the government's immigration levels plan for the next few years. The levels plan is released annually and broadly outlines how many new immigrants. Yeah, but LNG still. Yeah. Canada is aiming to welcome over the next 3 years. The new levels plan significantly reduces the targeted number of temporary residents compared to last year. Canada will aim to admit only 385,000 temporary residents next year, about 43% less than the 2025 target. Yikes. The target for 2026 is down about a quarter compared to the immigration plan released. The new target suggests the government is shifting its focus to temporary residents rather than temporary foreign workers. Here's our civil service. One of the greatly anticipated parts of the Liberal budget was more details on cuts. While it provides a framework, it doesn't say where and when they'll happen. It's planned to save $13 billion every year. Part of those savings would come from 40,000. Oh, lovely. Fewer positions. Where are you seeing that, Morgan?
In short, Canada is the place to be. Canada is the place to invest. Canada is the place to grow, Mr. Speaker. And we're proud to serve Canadian. Monsieur le Président.
I hope
Mr.
so,
Speaker,
Anya.
budgets are not about doing
okay.
everything. They're about what's necessary and doing it well.
That would make sense.
We're putting forward a firm, fair, and results-driven plan, the kind of reform Canadians are asking for and the kind that's always served our country well.
Plan will invest $280 billion over 5 years in capital to strengthen Canada's productivity, competitiveness, and resilience. Wow. On a cash basis, this is an historic investment of $450 billion, Mr. Speaker, in Canada. We believe in Canada, we believe in Canadians, we believe in our workers, we believe in our future, Mr. Speaker. Ces investissements.
These generational investments will...
Here, this is... So this is the... So they have to debate it for 4 days. Funding for the department... Gender equality. Some. What did you say? 3.3 scroll to the... oh, here. Canada Child Benefit 6. School food program. Disability benefit. I'm getting so lost trying to teach kiddos and listen to a speech. Sorry. Old age security, 7.5. School loans, $10 a day childcare. This concerns me a bit. And the Canadian Dental Care Plan. Okay. That's good. Cultural experiences. Okay. Canadian creators. Yeah. Budget 2025, the government announces its intent to amend the Copyright Act to create an artist resale right in Canada, ensuring Canadian visual artists benefit from future sales of their work. Protecting the broadcaster. Renewing the Strong Pass, healthcare in the Arctic and the North. Lowering barriers to access the Canada Disability Benefit. Helping to offset the cost of applying for the disability tax credit recipients. To that end, they propose funding of $115 million over 4 years for a one-time supplemental. That's not great. Canada Disability Benefit payment of $150 in respect of each disability tax credit certification, giving rise to a Canadian Disability Benefit entitlement. Oh, here's the FIFA. Supporting the FIFA Men's World Cup in 2026. Thanks. Yeah, I know.
Drive growth in every region, Mr. Speaker, and create good middle-class jobs. The kind of jobs that allow young people and families to plan for the future with confidence.
Our generational investment will focus on 4 key priorities. Housing, to restore affordability and opportunity. Infrastructure, to connect Canadians and accelerate growth. Defense and security, to protect our sovereignty in our communities. Productivity and competitiveness, to lead and make Canada an innovation powerhouse. The innovation powerhouse of the 21st century. Il ne s'agit pas de...
And these are not abstract priorities. They are the foundations of a stronger, more ambitious and competitive Canada, because we believe in Canada.
Do you, though?
Mr. Speaker, our task now is to turn our fiscal strength into national purpose. For generations, together, Canadians have undertaken major projects that have connected our regions, energized our industries, and defined our identity. For more than 1 century, Mr. Speaker.
So this is the latest update from CBC. That's not the right tab. We've got one of the greatly anticipated parts of the Liberal budget was more details on the cuts to civil service. We did that, and then the union criticizes drastic cuts. Sharon D'Souza, National President of the Public Service Alliance, said the unions was expecting job cuts, but not this deep. These cuts are drastic. Making cuts through attrition and retirements wouldn't do much to soften the blow. Who can retire in this economy? People are having a difficult time making ends meet. Yeah.
The Economy Act adopted last June continues that tradition, a very proud tradition. It removed barriers to internal trade, accelerate approvals for major projects, and strengthens the economic union that binds our province and territories together. We are completing the unfinished work of Confederation, Mr. Speaker. We are going to complete the unfinished work of Confederation, ensuring that wherever a product is made in Canada, it can be sold in Canada, where trade and opportunity flow freely across provincial lines. Mr. Speaker, this is about Canada. If you build something in one part of the country, you ought to be able to sell it across the country, because we believe in Canada. Bonne nouvelle, not
good news.
Yeah, that's fair.
Government won't stop there,
that is fair,
but also
Kiwi.
launch the next generation of nation-building projects.
Oh, here we go.
Highways, airstrips, ports, electrical grids, and digital corridors will define the next century of Canadian growth. And thanks to these investments, we will connect regions, strengthen supply chains across the country, and create hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs in every region of this big country.
Structure Fund, Mr. Speaker, will expand possibilities and opportunities like never before in Canada's north, Mr. Speaker. We should all be proud of Canadian. We're going to make historic investment in Canada's north. This is a great moment for the country.
I like that they're all clapping because a bunch of them know what's in the budget. We have no idea what he's talking about.
Infrastructure in communities all across Canada
I sure can.
with the new Build Communities Strong Fund, Mr. Speaker. As we build million more homes, we'll need infrastructure like roads to build new neighborhoods. This fund will help build that. New neighborhoods will lead to new communities across our country that will want recreational and athletic center. This fund will help build that. And the new communities will need new hospital. This fund will help build that. This fund will build Canada strong. This fund will build our community strong. This fund will build Canada strong, Mr. Speaker.
You already said that, sir.
It's something I'm very proud of, and I think the Prime Minister would join me in that. We will do all this by being our own best customer to the new Buy Canadian policy. It's about time that we put Canadian suppliers first.
Yeah, seriously, Helios. Up and down and up and down. I know, Ninja, it's not great.
When the government buys, Canadian suppliers will be our first choice whenever possible. Full stop. Because we believe in Canada. We will use
Still made by our workers in Hamilton and Sault Ste. Marie. Nous utiliserons.
We will use aluminum cast in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, Bécancour, and Kitimat, and we will use softwood lumber cut in Thunder Bay, Prince George, and even in.
Sorry, Neuropunk,
my
you don't
region
make the
of
cut.
Latouche.
That's the problem. Just your knees. Squat, 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 squat. Everybody. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I'll give you an example. Yesterday in St. Tite, a small rural city in my riding, I visited Boule Boots, a family business that has been making boots since 1933. I even had the opportunity to build part of the shoes that I'm proudly wearing today with the help of many skilled workers.
What does
a
that
reminder of the
have
craftsmanship
to do with
and pride
anything?
that make the Canadian
Hey guys, look at
manufacturing
these handmade
industry
boots I
so
bought 'cause they're
strong.
handmade boots.
Mr. Speaker,
thank you.
The shoes I proudly wear today are the same ones worn by RCMP officers.
Okay. Thanks, little taters. Hey, thank you for the follow. Oh, I lost my...
I know the Conservative would wish they would have a pair too.
Crenham,
Mr.
thank you for the
Speaker,
follow.
These shoes have been made in Canada by Canadian for Canadians. That's the way to go, Mr. Speaker. That's how you build a Canada strong. C'est tout le
And that's what Buy Canadian is all
Oh,
about.
I thought he was going to say,
Good
and
jobs,
that's
resilient communities,
all we
and
have for
pride
today.
in what
I
we're
was
building
so
together.
ready.
is all about. It's all about
Yeah,
good
Crenham, it's not
jobs.
great.
It's all about resilient communities in our cities and in rural communities across our nation. And this is about pride in what we build, pride in Canada, pride in our workers. That's how you build a strong country. Mr. Speaker, Canada has a legacy of builders. We are a nation of builders. That same spirit of building at home has defined Canada for generations. We have done this before. Back in 1945, just after the war, Canada had to do big things. A so-called, at the time, Minister of Everything, the great CDL bank on the boundless potential of Canada to make big
Yeah, exactly, Neuropunk nonsense. Like, great, you're wearing big fancy boots that they make for the RCMP. Like, okay, we can't eat boots.
change in our country. He was not afraid to bet big on Canadians. Neither we are, Mr. Speaker, because we believe in Canada. This budget is guided by the strong conviction that Canada must remain a nation of builders, of infrastructure and of innovation, of trust in public institutions and hope for generations to come. This nation knows how to build. We built the Canadian Pacific Railway
Oh, they're not
in
boiling in...
1885,
Yeah, technically,
allowing our
I guess.
country to be connected from coast to coast and supporting trade across the prairies. We built the St. Lawrence Seaway, more recently in 1959, creating a deep water route from the Great Lakes to the Atlantic
Ramsey,
Ocean.
I am going to check
Et
because
plus
I actually
récemment,
don't
nous
know
avons
the answer to
construit
that.
les
And recently, we built the James Bay Hydroelectric Facility in 1985, providing abundant clean energy to power Canadian industries and enabling Canada to become one of the world's top producers of renewable hydroelectric energy. Mr. Speaker.
Of Canada, that's why we want to build a Canada strong together. Each generation has taken on its share of the work and left the next generation.
I believe they have to debate it for 4 days. I don't believe the actual vote is until a later date, and I will get that date for you shortly.
We will do it again because we believe in Canada. Hear, hear. With planned investment of $115 billion in infrastructure over 5 years, we will meet the moment. That's what Canadians expect from their government. They know what's going on. They want us to meet the moment, and we'll meet that moment. And we will build the backbone of Canada's next economy. Our task is simple, but it's profound. To turn plans into projects, to turn projects into careers, and to turn careers into prosperity, Mr. Speaker. That's what we are committed to do. That's what we will do with Canadians across the nation.
Faya, if you want to mark here, I'm going to pause here, and you can pick up from there. Just so that we can sort of learn about this together for a minute. Last month, the Bloc Québécois put forth 18 budget demands, 6 of them being non-negotiable. The Conservatives will not support a budget with a deficit over $42 billion, which that didn't happen. Liberals negotiating with the Green Party leader and the leaderless NDP, 7 NDPs. So it really depends on the Green Party and the NDPs. The former Trudeau government policy to plant 2 billion trees will be next. When would voting be here? If the Liberals' 2025 budget fails to pass in Parliament, a writ period of at least 37 days would have to be decided. If it fails to pass. When is it going to pass? Oh, the earliest non-confidence could take place this Friday. I don't think it's not going to pass, but who knows? Couple of things, y'all. I am going to raid you over a vote on December 22nd. Yeah, that's what everyone wants to do right now is vote at Christmas time. That's what everyone's waiting on. That's all we want to do is have yet another expensive election. I have to go pick up my daughter. For those of you who are new here, I am a streamer and a mom, and I have to go pick her up from school. However, there is another member of our community that is currently streaming. Her name is Faya Kim, and she is lovely, and she is going to... Let me see if I can get you on.
And to do so, we will do that in a way that...
It's about 10, 11 minutes behind live, Faya, if that helps. Anyway, I'm going to raid you over to her. She's going to take over for a bit. I have a kiddo who needs an extra bit of help. I don't know how she's going to be this evening. So I could come home and she could want to just sit and hang out and do nothing, in which case I'll come back in. Faya can raid back and we'll keep going. Otherwise, my plan is to pick up kiddo, do supper. You guys can watch Rachel. Mons, can we get a shout out for Faya? I'm going to raid you over too, but just so people know. And then this evening, if there's stuff that comes out this evening, I can stream this evening, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Faya take over the rest of this conversation. Tomorrow, I will be back. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Tomorrow, I'll be back. We'll probably do something similar to what we did today. Start sort of mid-morning, catch up on what's going on, and then watch question period. Couple of really quick things. I hit 300 followers, you guys. Holy crap. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I am just a small town mom with a little kid. Thank you, Canuck and I cannot believe how amazing you guys have been. Partner monetization. So I am monetized on Twitch, not on YouTube. YouTube, I think I need significantly more views and significantly more other things. Twitch, I need like 70 viewers across like 6 streams, 2 months. I can't remember. It's a bunch of ridiculous things, but that doesn't matter. Today we hit 300. Thank you, Canuck Duke. That means a lot. This has been one of the most terrifying, amazing experiences of my life. Like I said, I put my heart and soul into this community. Yeah, it is brutal. When I was Steve's lead mod, and you guys have given back tenfold. I'm so, so grateful for all of you. Yeah, exactly, Kiwi. It's a whatever. But I've hit this point. I cannot believe there's 300 of you that are following. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I so appreciate you. And I appreciate all the people that have shown me how to use Twitch and built this adorable avatar. And Morgan, that's by Stargazer Vapor, and Morgan put together these adorable backgrounds. And Pim is the one that made it so this avatar moves in the space. This doesn't happen without a huge group of people. And I just want to shout out those 3 and also just the rest of the mods that have stuck around. Lucky and Gavin and Olafin and Uglolix and Siege and Gavin and all of the wonderful human beings. I love you guys. I really do. I will likely be back tomorrow. I may do a cozy gaming stream tonight, but it is the best. It's the best mod team. It's the best team. It's my second family. Nothing happens without them. You did get 2. Anyway, I wanted to say that before I raid you guys out to go see Faya, because I just got that notification that I hit 300. And my heart is like hammering. So yes, thank you for every single person that has followed and subscribed. You guys are amazing. And yeah, go enjoy the rest of the stream with Faya. Faya is lovely. Go be kind, say hi to Faya. And I will see you guys.
Do it, lady.
Thank you, Malern. Love you too, Morgan. And Lucky and all of those wonderful humans. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your day. If I come back today, it's probably going to be a cozy gaming stream. Tomorrow, mid-morning, more politics. Okay. Now I'm going to cry. Thank you, guys. Talk to you all tomorrow. Love you.
Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Just remembering to get my microphone nearby. And now I'm hearing myself in double.